Hello, everybody, and welcome to the North Pole. Uh, when last we left, we had some crazy shit going on, but we'll get into that in just a moment. First off, we're going to do what we do every day, is we are going to shout out our friends and family that are here right at the beginning, who also stream. Killer has been here every day for what seems like an eternity now. How the hell are you, dude? Good games last night, man. We had a lot of fun. That was a good session. Also, Aya's here. Hiya, Aya. We are going to lose today. Uh, I mean, I say that like I'm sure, but we lost our original pawn. Kitty is being a cameraman, I think. We lost our original pawn last time because we were desperate for food. So we went out to get some, and we spawned back in right here in the worst possible place. If we could ever get back out here, there's a trader that dropped a jump pack, an incinerator, some good dealy stuff. Maybe we'll actually try to smoke crawl our way out there and grab that stuff, but it is just a little too close. I'm pretty sure the Scorchers would aggro. So that's what it is. Why do I think we're going to die? Becomes the question. And that is, with that death, my friend Tom died. That's a problem. And then we go over here to Julie. My fiance Tom died. -18. My friend died. Tom died. -10. Colonist died. Trapped indoors. Mediocre barracks. And we go over to Barb. Now, Barb isn't as upset because Barb got broken up with by Tom. So, Barb, who has been mood breaking pretty much this entire playthrough, is actually the one doing the best. The other problem with mood is that we're about to start eating some fungus, which they're not going to be happy about. So, I have this real sneaking suspicion that this first few hours here might be the very last leg of our journey on this particular attempt. Now, I've said that several times. I've thought we were dead many a time on this, and we haven't died yet, even though we've lost our original colonist. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. We learned a few things from our chat. Something I did not know is that if you put buildings and beds outside in stockpiles, they don't deteriorate like other items. Not possible to reform. The mushrooms aren't an issue. It will be possible as soon as we get one more point. So in 7 days. So maybe. We'll probably have to do that. We'll go into Tunneler. That should fix our problems with being indoors, and then they'll like mushrooms, which will mean we don't have to spend as much. It's probably the best idea, actually. Thank you for reminding me of that, Aya. That's a fantastic idea. Now, getting things done. I'm not sure how we're going to do that. I'm not sure how we're going to get things done. At the moment, we've got our door open because it's spring and it's still cold enough outside that we don't need to turn on our freezer here. But it's also not enough sun to get our solar panels going. If we do end up having to restart today, because I will restart if we lose. I know I said I don't ever want to do this playthrough again, but god damn it, we are going to get a W on this ridiculous challenge. I've got some things I'd like to do a little different the next time around. So we'll see how that all sorts itself out. We're currently managing mood. We're going to speed this up in a second here. Let me try and figure out what our goal for the day is. Or what our goal for the next few minutes is here. Do we have meals set as outside? Not quite. We are out of packaged survival meals. Let's get you hauling. So, on the plus side of things, we've got elk meat, we've got hare meat, we've got bear meat, we got a little bit of pemmican, and we've got a raider chilling up here who we could slice up for a little bit more meat. This mech cluster is a bit of a double-edged sword. I mean, we lost Tom because of this mech cluster. Since we played on Monday, I took Wednesday off, for anybody who doesn't know. Had a little bit of a need for a mental health day. Had some stuff going on in real life with turning the page, as it were, with my real life, moving on to the next stage of things. A lot of good things with that, but it does bring back memories and can totally mess with your mind. God, I need a fucking haircut. Absolutely need a fucking haircut. But anyway, on Monday, this thing saved our ass on that raid. Having this spaceship? Spaceship. Having this mech cluster here saved our ass from the raid that happened, and I think it happened after we got back, but it was also the reason that we got hosed when we got back. So, I don't know. We lost a colonist to this, but this thing also killed a bunch of raiders. I think with it on map as is, it might be useful for dealing with raiders. The problem is, yes, very double-edged sword. The problem with it is, we can't really do much. We can't push agenda with that thing on map. I'd very much love to get up here and mine this out. We also, we don't have a good miner. We lost some stuff in this mix, right? Julie's a badass shooter. She's a shooting specialist. Killer is a great crafter. Well, not a great crafter, but Killer's got it handled on the crafting front for the most part, and is doing research. Let's get Killer a little bit more shooting experience is what we'll do. Killer's shooting experience is absolutely atrocious, so let's just have him shoot his wife a few times with a smoke launcher. You know, because that's how we do on the rim. All right, or let's shoot Barb. So, I'm not really sure what we should attempt to do here. I know we need to get this steel in, so maybe we'll do that. The issue is Julie doesn't haul because she's a Killer doesn't haul because she's a Tinker Mage. Friendly recreational shooting, absolutely. We don't have much ways to train shooting. A lot of times on playthroughs, I don't worry about getting my shooting level up because you wind up dealing with enough raiders and other bullshit that you're just shooting anyway. But we're up here and we don't have things to do, so we already trained Barb up to level 9 using the smoke launcher. I believe she was at level 6 or 7 when we started. So we're just gonna pop her a few times, see what happens. How are we doing? Trapped indoors, -3. So Julie, let's just kind of get you moving back and forth. Guys, yesterday we were playing the Oxygen Not Included beta for the Frosty Planet, which is going to be a new planet pack. They're releasing a new DLC. Now, I'm not sure on that thing how that DLC is going to work, because what we noticed when we were playing yesterday, it didn't really affect any of the existing planets. And I do think that it's going to change terrain generation and a bunch of stuff on those planets. The new stuff is fantastic in that game. The new critters, the new plants, the way the biomes are laid out, everything like that. It's all phenomenal. I look forward to playing it. I can't warrant starting a new playthrough right now and committing to it because it just... I don't like doing stuff like that when things are on beta. It's just not reliable. Well, if we started one and really got into it, there's a good chance that, you know, a few days later, a week later, whatever it would be, everything would change. Or enough would change that it wouldn't be valid for us to be in that playthrough anymore. So, it can be tricky if something changes. Exactly. And, you know... Not to reference other games, but I did some beta play in my Minecraft world, right? Now, this was back when I had no idea what the hell I was doing with the game. I didn't understand how their whole process of snapshots worked and everything. And what it came down to is I kind of corrupted my world. Not entirely, like... The world still works, didn't crash the world entirely, but I did wind up with some awkward stuff. I think they may... Hey, Barb, welcome in. I think they may have fixed... I had a glitch in my Minecraft solo world where it would rain even underground after I did that. And I didn't know what was going on. And then I was watching Etho play, and he mentioned that because he played in a snapshot, he had the same glitch. So I was like, oh, it's because I was playing in a snapshot. And when I switched over to the snapshot... They had added the new generation for the nether dimension, and the generation was scuffed. It was... None of the warped or crimson trees were spawning in that iteration of the snapshot. So even though I had the nether, I didn't have the new Nether. So eventually I had to wait for it to release, and basically I just didn't do anything in the Nether. I think I went and grabbed a couple of key items that I needed, but I couldn't do any building or anything. And if anybody knows me, they know that from the beginning, before I even started playing Minecraft, I had an idea for a massive Nether hub, which I'll put the time lapse up for that as well. I know we don't do a lot of Minecraft on the channel anymore, but I am very, very proud of that build, so the link is up there. It's a 2-year-long project. And so I had to wait for the release, and then I had to delete the Nether dimension and regenerate it, which was a completely different generation because of the way they changed everything. And as such, it was a really weird and awkward experience. Even though you were Nether, you didn't have the new Nether exactly. So that was my experience with that. And that kind of like was my first big experience of like, don't play dedicated worlds in a beta release. So we're not going to be doing any beta release long-term worlds in any game that we play here on the channel. We didn't even actually do a stream when 1.5 came out on Rimworld. We jumped right into Anomaly at release and did a full playthrough once the game was actually released. And even though the game released, they still changed things. Between the first attempt and the last attempt, I think we still started our last attempt with 2 people. Now, it's been long enough that I might be mistaken. Maybe we had 3 people. But I know when we started our first attempt, it was 2 people and 1 ghoul. And by the time we finished, it had long been established that they had changed it to 3 people and a ghoul, which is an interesting start from a wealth standpoint, you know, because the big thing about playing on difficult settings like 500% losing is fun is that wealth management is a thing. And now ghouls, I'm sure ghouls don't, I didn't do any of the checking or math or back end, whatever, blah, 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 blah. I don't think ghouls count as much as a full colonist, but having 3 colonists and a ghoul and having only one pump shotgun and a couple of turret packs, that really puts you in this dodgy situation of like, that's all you can really have for quite a while. The fact that we have 3 colonists is part of our problem. If we do have to start this playthrough over, as obnoxious as it sounds, we're going to stay at 1 colonist even longer than we did. Sometimes you can't see an issue until you have 100%, hundreds of folks playing. Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. There's definitely some stuff I think they could have, you know, congealed with the original content a little bit more. But I do like the fact that they're branching out and adding so much new stuff. The Anomaly content's absolutely wonderful, so I'm very happy about it. I'm not disparaging the content at all in any way, shape, or form, but it's one of those things where, like, even at release, things were still changing. So that kind of, in my mind, justifies my concept of not trying to do dedicated playthroughs and betas. If at release things are still a little not what they're supposed to be, then playing in a beta is definitely not something you want to do for a dedicated world. I really love the world that we have. As far as, what do you call it? I love the world that we're playing in Oxygen Not Included. It's a really great world. The layout's fantastic. The available resources are awesome. There's just enough shortage of water that we have to think about our water production, make sure that a lot of our processes are water positive. So I'm really enjoying the way that playthrough is going. We have a really awesome industrial area. Our systems are well integrated. They flow on each other. Our pipes are reasonably organized. Now that came from doing a lot of micromanaging of and rebuilding of everything. But it's a playthrough that if the DLC was fully released right now for Ani, we'd probably start a new world. But since it's not fully released, I want to give the current world we're in its due. You know what I mean? We're going to have Julie go get a meal. Barb can go get a meal. Killer can go get a meal. Now, goals today. What can we do? I feel like base expansion is a thing we need to get on, but at the same time, base expansion means more wealth, but it could mean better mood for our colonists, because if we can make this room bigger, that would be awesome. I really wish we could floor this room. Let's do just a little bit of math here real quick. If we were to put down concrete, how much would it cost us? 105, which is more or less double what we have in stock at the moment. I don't think that's worth it. We'd get a big movement speed buff out of it. I'm going to have Killer equip the charge rifle. Now, who's got the best movement? I think Julie's got the best movement, and it's because even though she has a bite scar, she's also a... No. Great memory, steadfast, bisexual. Killer is the jogger. And Killer is only moving at 3.56 because old gunshot on the left leg. That doesn't feel good at all. Yeah, I think the ice is definitely slowing them down. Ice walk speed is 48%. So we're moving at less than half speed inside of our base. So I actually think putting down some concrete might be a good call. Maybe that's what we'll do. Like, let's say we just kind of do a door-to-door concrete like this. So that'd be 30 steel. Blue, welcome on in. How you doing? All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to make sure everybody is scheduled reasonably inside. And I think I said Julie is our fastest runner. So we're going to unrestrict Julie, and we're going to try and bring some stuff in, because we have to try and make some sort of play here. I'm going to have her just bring the slag in right here. I've seen someone only place the most common paths. When running from door to door, what route do they take? Exactly. That's what I was just getting into, Blue. We might need to do that, actually, because our door juggle has been our main defense, right? We open a door, we run back, we open another door. So I think it would behoove us to do that. Let's get Julie to start hauling in a few chunks here. And we're going to have our people, we're going to have to put down those floors. I've decided. So we're going to put down concrete there. And we're going to put down concrete probably about there at the very least. Not as far as what they're doing during the day when they're like playing horseshoes or researching or eating food. I don't really care about them moving too fast, but when we're trying to kite back and forth between the two doorways, that's a different story entirely. We need our people to I'm going to put the doors in the work zone temporarily so she can build those tiles. We need our people to be able to get back and forth for the kiting purposes. She's moving at 48% of her possible speed right now, so if we could double that up, that would be great. Look how fast she moves on the tiles, comparatively. I mean, we probably should have already done the doorway and the, like, 2 or 3 tiles inside the doorway, just because getting in and out of the door is probably one of the more important things. Like, we may even want to put these 3 tiles in, just because when they're like standing right outside shooting at stuff, at least they could get in a little bit quicker. For now, we're just going to do this, have her build these tiles. Hopefully that helps our kiting. They will try to choose the most optimal path, right? So this should get us what we need. When running from door to door, I mean, they're here, and then they go to here. Then they're here, then they're here. So, like, back and forth. We could, we don't actually need this light ball installed, because we can't actually use it. So let's just stick that there for now. And I think as far as what we can make, I think we uninstall the machining bench and reinstall the electric smelter. That way we can smelt down the slag that Julie's bringing in, as well as any other little bits and pieces, including this mechanoid slag chunk here. We've definitely got a lot more wealth on map than I would like. 20. Oh, I was like, what is that noise? I'm like, we're over the mechanoids. 27,500 wealth. For 3 colonists that are kind of beat up, that is just a little bit not good. This is where we went off map right here. So we were at 25,000 wealth. We took all of our colonists and food. That dropped us down to 14,000 wealth. So this is a good indication. Our base itself is worth about 14 grand. And then we came back, and then we lost Tom. And even with the loss of Tom, once we unloaded everything, we're at 27,000 wealth. So to think about that, before we went on caravan, we were upwards of 27,000 wealth. We kind of dipped down to 25. I think we had made a sale with a trader there, maybe. So we were at 25,000 wealth with 4 colonists. We left to do the trade, came back, Tom got killed, and now we're at 27,000 wealth. So we're down a colonist, and we're up 2,000 wealth. Now, I think a lot of that is in food, because we've got a lot of food, and that food came with some textiles. So we've got textiles and food in stock that really we could definitely stand to get rid of. Oh my god. Micromanaging this power is just an absolute fucking nightmare. I want these things on. Because we need to trade. But I also want... how do I explain? I also want to... I want to be able to keep our power running. So hopefully soon here, we're going to get some light. For anybody who doesn't know what we're doing here, I like to talk to the newest person in the group, even if that person is just out there lurking in the dark. We are playing a losing is fun 500%. No. God damn it, Julie. And it's in the doorway. Okay. Don't kill them, Nether. Don't kill them. Let's haul the child outside. Let's delete that, because now we took rotten corpses off there. Let's tell Julie to go haul in some more slag, because Julie is still our fastest runner, despite everything. We got to keep an eye on Barb here, because she's reinstalling the smithy. And that smithy's going to be on when she installs it. I need her to turn it immediately off, because we do not have the power to run it, right? You know about the caravan trick for hauling? I do, Blue. We used that to get stuff back in. When he died, when we had to go and smoke grab Tom and then butcher him right over here, I used the caravan trick to grab all the meat, the weapons, and everything he had and bring it back in. So yeah, very good trick. You basically put your colonist into a caravan and then draft them, manually have them pick up everything you want them to pick up, and then have them come back to base and cancel the caravan. So yeah, it's a really good trick. I'm not always great with it. I think the one issue that I tend to have with the caravan trick is the part of it where you can abuse having multiple people in the caravan. It works on steel chunks too. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, that actually sounds like a solid plan. All right, let's just kind of let everybody roam around a little bit for a second. So 500%, losing is fun. Randy random, no traps, no kill boxes, sea ice. Some may say this is the hardest playthrough you can do in the game. I think if you disable ideology, that is definitely true. So, nothing's exploded. No, Sparta. We just lost Tom last time, but nothing's exploded. Is there a reason nobody's cleaning the goddamn barracks? People have nothing to do, but you just want to live in filth anyway. Fair enough, fair enough. A pawn can carry a total of 35 kilograms, clothes and weapons included. Yeah. Which is why when you send people out on a caravan late game and you have power armor, let's say you send out your melee pawn because they're your best social pawn and have the best chance of survival on the road, you always have to have a caravan animal because that power armor is heavy as fuck. We ran into having to deal with that a little bit in one of our playthroughs. Smoke launcher. Because we had a sanguiphage that was our best social pawn. What did you miss? Not much. We hauled in 2 slag chunks. I was giving everybody a rundown and was talking about yesterday's stream with oxygen not included. If you were here on Monday, right? You'd figure that power armor would make it easier to carry stuff. You would figure, right? But no, that is not the case. I guess the power armor is powered to carry itself, right? Everybody needs a little bit of sleep. We got a little bit of a nap situation going. We've got everybody on a full recreation and sleep schedule. This is to make sure that their recreation stays fully satisfied at all times and their sleep bar stays all the way up. As long as your people are well rested and their recreation is fulfilled, it's a lot harder for them to mood break. This is something that I learned from watching Adam versus Everything. He's got a tutorial guide on scheduling and how to optimize scheduling. Lots of mods for it, and it doesn't matter in caravans much, but still, I want to carry more. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that a lot of people, and you know, I've already mentioned Adam 3 seconds ago, but he talks about it a lot, and I think the community in general agrees with him that the caravanning and world could use a big overhaul for the base game. The threats out there don't really scale, which I like. I'm not good at off-map threats, so I like the fact that they don't really scale that much. There's just really no major incentive to go off-map. Now, Anomaly did kind of make that a little bit more, like, it is a lot more reasonable to go off-map with Anomaly. With the addition of all of the, like, flesh beast stuff and the distress signals, there's more likely to be decent loot out there in the world, but it is still not really worth it. If you're running a very small colony, sending one person out of the 3 off to go and fight in a place where there's a good chance they're going to take hits and possibly get downed or die, it's just not worth the risk. The rewards are not great. Same thing with a lot of the quests, right? The rewards for quests are atrocious. There's almost no reason to take most quests. If you get a forced weather event, those are usually the best, or the manhunter events. But the rewards for those, I have had a dot on my glasses. Give me just 1 second here. There is like just one spot on my glasses for 3 fucking days now. Come on now. I'll do the gross old man thing and use my spit to clean the goddamn thing off, because I cannot handle that shit anymore. Those events rarely give you anything worthwhile. It'll be like, do you want 4 Glitter World medicine to sit inside while 100 man-hunting animals roam around outside your base? And it's like, well, not really. No, not really at all. So yeah, let's caravan trick this thing here. We're just gonna go anywhere. It doesn't matter. We're gonna snag Julie here. We don't need any travel supplies because we're not actually going off the map. The map is a lie. We're gonna hit send. We're gonna hit confirm. We're gonna go back in here, and then we're gonna tell Julie to come up here and just load into caravan, load into caravan, load into caravan. And then come back here. Alright. Can't actually have her do that. Fantastic. Oh, that's because I need to draft her first. Right. Draft her. Load, load, load. And come back here. You did get that care package with Mind Numb in your peaceful run, though. I did. Well, in my peaceful run, you don't... When you're playing in a peaceful run, right, you don't have many options. Leave the gun behind? Nah, too late for that. The storyteller really just doesn't have any options as far as what they can send you with quests. So, for anybody who doesn't know, I do practice what I preach as far as you should play the game the way that makes you happy. I had a run that I did off camera that was a peaceful run. I had all of the settings set so that... What do you call? Had all the settings so that it was basically losing as fun without the raids and major threats. So you still had problems with growing crops and all that stuff. Yeah, still got all three. Where are you going, Julie? Oh, I didn't cancel the caravan. There we go. Because basically I wanted to focus on the story, right? That was like my main concern, was focusing on the story. Oh, we got our first batch of mushrooms coming in. Interesting. Yeah, I think going into Tunneler and doing mushrooms... What are you doing? Ugh! I can't right now. I literally fucking can't. I am going to lose my fucking mind with this shit. Okay, so I guess let's just go in here and fucking clear all and friggin' put the exact things we want in here. EMP grenades. Smoke launcher. I am going to punch something today, people. Recurve bow. What else do we have? Nerve spiker. Anything else we want in here? That's fine. Fantastic. Okay. Wonderful. Sorry. I don't mean to lose my shit. I just, the micromanagement of the shelving and stuff, of all the micromanaging, I think that's what's getting to me the most on this playthrough, is just like, could you guys please just... I know it's my fault. I didn't set it right. I'm going to stop bitching. I'm going to drink more coffee. Obviously, I have a caffeine deficiency going on. Let's sort that out. So anyway... so they're not going to be happy about the mushrooms, but we can do these rituals. Now, the thing about the rituals is the same problem we have with everything. This mech cluster. If we do a ritual, and we accept someone, and they come on map here and die, we get a colonist left unburied, colonist lost debuff. So, too much blood in the caffeine system. Exactly. Now, that all being said, do we deal with this mech cluster? Is that what we have to do? Like, do we have to go out here and deal with this? I don't want to. But I think if we're going to, this, like, theoretically, I would like to leave this here for defense. But also, theoretically, if we keep leaving this here, we're going to keep running into the problems we ran into before, where the turrets are your problem, the scorchers aren't that big of a deal. I would argue the other way around. I mean, the Scorchers aren't a big deal because they're leashed to the turrets. Once the turrets are down, the Scorchers are going to come at us, and Scorchers can be a real pain in the ass. We don't really have overwhelming firepower, so if they get close enough to shoot us, burning is a problem. But, yeah, as far as them coming on map, yes. As far as day to day, I don't know. Yes and no. Everything depends, right? Yeah, I think we could take them if we give Killer the smoke launcher and have Julie shoot at it with the bolty. Because the bolty has pretty good distance. I mean, that's the distance on the bolty. We would have to maybe get to her, like, right here. She could take pot shots at the turret. The turrets, yes, Sparta. As far as caravanning or getting new people, that is the problem. As far as doing combat stuff, I don't know that we can deal with the Scorchers. Like, let's say we do stand over here and take shots at the turret. If we kill both turrets and the Scorchers come at us, can we handle it? Or do we get just a little deeper and try and deal with the turrets, or the Scorchers? I think either way we might have to deal with this. It is a lot of resources as well. Right? Yeah, you know what? Let's try to deal with this. Barb, how are you doing on mood? Can I get you... Your mood is terrible, isn't it? The 100... Oh, yeah, the 100 steel turrets, yeah. The turrets that we can get for our defenses are absolute trash. I would love to take all 3 of these colonists, but I don't think we can rely on Barb to not break. Killer is still pretty happy as far as things go. I think we can give Killer the smoke launcher. See, what I'd like to do is give Killer the smoke launcher and Barb the EMP. Irregardless of how much they suck, wouldn't it still be prudent? Anyone good for the new Wayfinder? No one's good for the new Wayfinder. They're all pissy about everything. I swear, one of the best things that could happen is if we lose another colonist, as long as we can survive the mood spiral. But let's not tempt fate over here. I think we got to deal with it. I think that's just what we have to do. There's no real other option. So let's wait till they get hungry, feed them both a meal, and then we're gonna send out the happy couple who are stoked to be getting some lovin'. Because that's the only reason. The only thing holding our colony together is filthy, disgusting sex. That's it. Got lovin' times 3. Low expectations and lots of boning. That's the only thing that's keeping us going right now. And Barb's not getting any, so she's screaming about it right now. Not inaccurate for most Arctic research labs. Oh my god. So we got 2 options here. We have Killer and Julie beat the ever-living piss out of Barb, and to stop the insulting spree. Then she's going to be upset about pain. Or we convert the barracks to a prison and arrest Barb, and then she's got a -6 because she got arrested. Hey, Tachyon, no. Stop it, buddy. Come here. Come say hi to everybody. Stop being a pain in the butt. And come be a ham. That's a baby. That's a good baby. Oh, the purrs. The purrs. Mwah. I love this Appa. He's a good boy. So I call him Appa a lot of times. It is not a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender. I call him Appa because I make noises at him, and when he makes noises at me, I look at him and go Appa, 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 Appa. So Appa, Appa turned into Appa. So he is Appa, right, Appa? His real name is Tachyon. He is such a sweet boy. He wants love and attention, and he wants to play hide and seek and tag. You want me to chase you around the living room? Is that why we're here snuggling? He's a 2-handed cat for sure. Hey, bud, I got to deal with Barb popping off and screaming at everybody. Is it okay? Okay, you go play. All right. All right. What do we do with Barb? I think arresting her. Because beating her down, I mean, she's going to get a mood debuff either way. She might lose some stuff in the interim, so hold on. 40% chance of arrest, 83% chance of arrest. So if we try to arrest her, she might literally go hostile. This is all right, let's all beat up Barb.
Alright. She didn't lose anything. She is our best doctor, so we're going to have Killer tend to her. Barb has not had fun time in this colony. No, she has not. Throughout this entire playthrough, I've been questioning whether or not we should have been keeping Barb here. We took Barb on because she had a relationship with Tom. That was quite literally not the only reason, but I'd say 80% of the reason that we have Barb in our colony. I mean, we needed the builder, but did we need the builder? I mean, Tom had like a 5 or a 6 in building. Yeah, he botched stuff every once in a while. But I think the main reason we took her is we had already denied Tom a relation. Tom had 2 ex-lovers land in the Arctic. One of them I didn't even realize. Aya was like, they had a relationship, right? And I was like, damn it. Oh, I fucked up. And so we had a massive mood debuff that we were dealing with the first relationship. And then Barb landed, and it's like, okay, well, he's got a relationship. We could theoretically need to take on a second colonist right now. Let's take her on. And it's like, the problem is, she's, nothing against old people. I'm getting up there in years myself, but 66 years old, and she immediately, we wound up getting her scarred up by a scyther. So, Rimworld Day, New Vox, welcome on in. We are on sea ice. This represents 7 or 8 stream days of progress, if you could believe it. This is just, I don't know if you've ever done sea ice, but it is just an obscene challenge. We lost our starting pawn on Monday. I took Wednesday off for mental health. We've got a mech cluster over here that I was just talking about going out to deal with. As soon as I started talking about it, one of our pawns broke and started an insulting spree. We don't have anybody who's high enough level to arrest her at 100%, so we had to beat her up. So now she's laying in bed getting tended by our second best doctor, because she's our best doctor. My colony was wiped out yesterday, so I'm starting from scratch. Oh, you don't have your own orange? I do not have my own orange, no. We do have our ideology set up for cannibalism, and our first colonist was pretty badass. If you go back and watch the VODs, I'm not sure if the first VOD is still up on Twitch, but it will get uploaded and scheduled to be released on YouTube. It'll be a little while before that comes out, because the Anomaly run is still the main one that's going out on YouTube. I'm at the point where I almost feel like starting over would be the best play, but anybody who knows me knows that I don't do that. I will play the colony until the last person is bleeding and crawling for safety to a building that's on fire. Like, I am the type of person that's like, if there's any chance of recovering, I'm gonna try to recover. So I think, as crazy as it may sound, I think we tried to expand too quickly. I think staying to a single colonist until you can actually feed them. Geez, something is going on. Something is wild out there today. I think staying at a single colonist until you have enough hydroponics to feed that colonist is probably the best way to do this. If you do watch Ambiguous Amphibian Sea Ice playthrough, which is the reference to Orange, if anybody doesn't know that, Orange was the single cannibal that Ambiguous Amphibian stayed with for so long while he was doing that playthrough. He stayed with Orange for a long time. I think he had like 2 or 3 hydroponics basins up before he took on a second colonist. He attempted to take on a second colonist a few times, but ran into social problems. Is anybody set to Warden? Killer. Because our Warden Doctor, I don't even know. So, I need Killer to eat a meal. Okay. I do have to assign Barb actual food so the Killer can feed her. His comment section rioted when he suggested getting rid of Orange. Oh yeah, you can't get rid of Orange. I almost felt like we should have stopped when Tom died on Monday, but we didn't go with a we're not going with a very RP style playthrough here. Our goal is to get a victory, not to... You really, just as you were about to finish eating, you got up, huh? Wonderful. Everybody back to nothing. Alright, I think we let Julie and Killer lay in bed a little bit longer. How much till this starts? 17 hours before we lose one iteration of the lovin'. Ah, man. Next idea, CI's protagonist playthrough. You pick the protagonist. If he dies, it's over. I mean, that would have ended on Monday then. I'm not willing to go that far. I want a W on Sea Ice by any means necessary. This is very much a by any means necessary we get the win type of challenge for me. If we have to start over, we've learned a lot from this this attempt. This is only attempt number 2. We had one attempt that lasted like an hour or two, and we lost. And then we started a fresh one right after that, and here we are. Barb's gonna get an infection. I almost guarantee it. You know what? Okay, we need to get out there and sort this. So, Killer, let me get you into a smoke launcher, and then you and your wife are gonna go and deal with this mech cluster, or die trying, and we start over. Barb, when you're done reading, can you please clean the goddamn barracks? Enjoy your lurk, Aya. Thank you for always being here and hanging out. So, Killer, we're going to get Killer to smoke. This is where I wish I had a trigger-happy pawn. Let's not anybody fire at will. Now you have the advantage because AA did a before ideology allowed you to make everyone a cannibal. Yes. Yeah, I think a core run Sea Ice would be substantially harder than a modern day Sea Ice. So hard to see where the goddamn smoke is. I'm going to let him pop another one over there just in case there's a little gap here. There, that should propagate it properly. Let's have you guys go over here. Now, Julie should be in range of that turret. She is. So let's have her take a shot. Actually. And then Killer, I want you to just kind of shoot at your wife. What we're hoping is that she gets this thing to explode. There we go. Now we need to run. Killer, you go inside. These things are moving slow enough that Julie should be able to kite and shoot. No, I didn't forget the EMPs. I didn't take them because we can't risk Barb coming outside. She's just in too bad of a mood. Don't shoot the walls, Julie. Don't shoot the walls, Julie. There we go. Scorcher's dealt with. Julie is really good with that bolt action. Now let's go deal with the other turret. On the plus side, there is a lot of stuff we can snag over here. We got slag, we got boar, we got raiders, we got mech corpses. So you know, we're doing okay. This is going absolutely swimmingly, as AA would say. For stuff like this, it's always important to remember to turn off the fire at will, because you do not want anybody... So, it might seem harmless to have people fire at will, but the thing is, it's not about what they're shooting at so much as the timing, because there is always a reload time, and so there's the time to aim, and then after you fire, there's the time before they can take another action. So, if your colonist decides to pop off a shot in an inopportune moment, they're now stuck in that spot for a second or two, and now you don't have control of the situation. So their will is not always the same as your will. Exactly. They don't know what's best for them. They just mindlessly shoot. That's why they're pawns. You know? They don't understand that you're going for a tactical approach. They just think, hey, there's something to shoot. Let me shoot it. Can she shoot from there? She can. Alright, so now we'll at least get a mood buff from taking the mech cluster out. What is that? Defeated mech cluster, +4. Intense pain from beating the shit out of her, -15. Darkness, -5. Yeah. We gotta get Tunneler. I think, so does smoke work by breaking line of sight, or do you have to be inside the smoke? Sorry about that, guys. This is a great chance for our vroom vroom emote, which Barb was so kind to make for me. Whenever you hear a loud car being an asshole outside, feel free to spam that in chat. We turn annoyances into interaction here. Cheers, everybody. So anybody shooting through smoke is going to have decreased accuracy, including your colonists, but turrets can't lock onto a target through smoke. So if you have smoke, I do believe you can stand with the smoke in between you and the turret, and it can't see you because it can't see through the smoke, but I usually try to be safe about it and stay in the smoke myself. Theoretically we could go and do some testing on that. Snow hare migration. Now we're talking turkey. Let's get Barb into that nerve spiker again. Actually, she's probably not moving very fast, huh? 56%. Yeah, okay. So we can't even really do that. Toxin dump, no. Okay, snow hares. Jump to location. We have 20 snow hares. We kind of do need to deal with them. Well, not deal with them. If it breaks line of sight or if it required standing in it. Yeah. The mechs themselves can shoot at you either way. If you're in the smoke, the mechs have a harder time shooting you. If you're... I don't know. I know a lot about this game, but I'm not sure if it works straight up line of sight or if it does have to be, if you do have to be in it, as far as that's concerned. Barb, why are we not... micromanaged? Yeah, because you're probably told to rest first, right? All right, the snow hares are coming right past our colony, so we're going to wait for them to get just a little closer, and then Julie and Killer will go out and kill them. And then we're going to have to grab some stuff and clean up over here. There is a lot of wealth just laying on the table out here. I think... Yeah, so there's a jump pack over there. We don't have a way to refuel it, but having it on for the 5 uses it has is better than not having it. Having the meals over here to eat. Plus, we've got an incinerator. Okay, so we're going to get a few good things because a trader got himself killed. So we might actually be able to make a little bit of progress here. We'll have to put the machining table back down when we've got enough power to smash up the mechs. And then... get the the smelter going so we can smelt up the slag. But we've got a boar, we've got a raider here, we've got a visitor here, so that's meat. The chimeras we're not going to slice up because twisted meat is like some obscene level of debuff on it. So let's get our people that are not mood breaking, and now we can actually put people so they can go outside and walk around a little bit, which should make our trapped indoors debuffs a little bit easier to deal with. All right, let's let these guys get a little closer, or we'll close the gap a little bit too. And then Julie is a crack shot with this goddamn gun. Killer, not so much. Killer's not the greatest, but Killer got the shot. Julie one-shot that hare. There we go. You know what, Killer? Just go inside. Julie will handle the hunting. See, like I said, Julie will handle the hunting. Julie's going to carry the colony. Our shooting specialist is just going to carry the goddamn colony. You know, I usually don't wind up playing with bolt actions very much. Usually on a normal playthrough, I'm up to assault rifles quick enough that we skip a lot of stuff. But I gotta say, this bolt action on a good shooter is quite good. A lot of people refer to the bolt action as the poor man's sniper rifle, and I can see why now. This is definitely the best gun we've used in this playthrough. And it's not even a really amazing one. I think it's a normal bolt action. Now these guys are getting a little bit close to the border, so I feel like they're gonna get off map. But we don't necessarily need to kill every single one. As I said, we've got some corpses that we can tuck into if we need to. Julie's probably getting hungry too, because everybody's kind of on the same hunger schedule here. But I need her to continue shooting, and that lovin' is getting her through. All the lovin'. I turned research down to 20% to force me to use lower-tiered weapons instead of rushing to higher weapons. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, self-imposed restrictions to make the game more difficult are definitely something worth messing around with. Or, you know, to make the game easier, you know, depending on your skill level and what you consider fun. You know, the moniker of colony builders is losing is fun, so Let's haul that snow hare. Killer won't haul. Barb is sleeping, but let's have her haul like a close spy one. I mean, she's still moving real slow, but I need to get some work done here. Kind of has an Age of Empires feel where I'm in medieval for a while, then I move on. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, let's give a little stretch here while we have the colonists move at a slow pace to get things done. You probably need food. Yeah, so when you're done doing that, let's have you consume a simple meal. And when Julie is done doing that, we'll have you consume a simple meal. So have them grab some food. Killer already ate. I did that with multiplayer Planet Crafter. Slowed down terraforming since having more folks really speeds it up. Makes sense. Makes sense. I never went for like a full-on colonization or a full-on terraforming playthrough of Planet Crafter. I basically did... We're not rescuing Bertha. I basically just went for the main meat of the game. Went through the main story, made sure that I checked out each of the things. I would like to do another playthrough of Planet Crafter. It's a very good game. Right now I'm running around with bows and arrows using scavenged weapons here and there until ammo runs out. Yeah, you're playing with that combat extended mod where you have to make ammo, right? Actually, Julie, why don't we cancel that? Does combat extended affect NPCs? Yes, that would be fair. Everyone, raiders will spawn with a bit of ammo. Yeah. There's also a mod that I've seen, something about sidearms or side weapons, something. Basically, like your colonists can carry both a small melee weapon and a gun, so that if you get into close combat, you can pull out your knife. And I don't remember who I was watching, but I remember them being like, yeah, I thought it was super awesome. And I realized, simple sidearms. They were like, I realized going into my first fight, I was like, hell yeah, I've got simple sidearms. These guys are coming in, I'm going to stab them. And the raiders got close and they busted out their knives as well. And they were like, oh shit, it affects the raiders too. So, you know, when you're doing those mods, you gotta make sure you read and, like, you know, figure out what exactly you want to happen, because a lot of stuff in Magic the Gathering, we call that having an effect being symmetrical. There are plenty of cards in Magic where, like, you put it down and it's like, on your upkeep, you do extra this. But then there's a lot of cards that are also like, you put it down and it's like, on everyone's upkeep, they each get to do this, you know, type of thing. So there are Rimworld mods that are designed to be one-sided to either make the game more difficult or easier. But then there are symmetrical mods that make the raiders have the advantages or disadvantages that you're also giving yourself. Every bit of power I give myself, I intentionally give the enemy the same advantage. Same with the run and gun mod. Lets you move and shoot at the same time, but it's the same with the raiders. Yeah, I've seen the run and gun mod. I don't like the run and gun mod at all. If there was a mod I would put on the list of, like, I will never play with that mod, run and gun would be on there. Literally had someone come in and be like, but it's more realistic. And I'm like, you have never shot a gun in your life, have you? Because you cannot aim when you're running. You can't even pull the trigger. If you're running and trying to shoot an AK-47 behind you, you're more likely to shoot yourself in the foot than hit any goddamn thing. You're not even going to hit a tree. If like, try and run and shoot a gun. You can barely hit a target. If you don't have, like, really good shooting experience, you're going to have trouble hitting a target standing still, bracing yourself, and taking your time to aim. You think running and shooting is realistic? You'll never hit a single shot. But slower research down makes it interesting. I'm excited for musket-loaded weapons soon, whereas normally I breeze past. Gotcha. Yeah, some of those modded weapons, I don't like the idea of managing ammo, personally. I think that can get kind of... Sorry, I'm adjusting the camera because Kitty knocked it around. I thought I would like it, but yeah, the accuracy loss of the pawns moving wasn't worth it, but the high shooting raiders still shot me while moving. Yep. What was I about to say? I don't think I don't think I would play with ammo management. I find that to make the game a little bit more tedious. Not difficult or easy, just tedious. And tedium, I feel like there's enough tedium baked into the vanilla game that we don't need any more of that. For me personally, ready to harvest. So right, I gotta tell her to not prioritize bed rest. Harvest botched, wonderful. But again, play however makes you happy. Like I said, I had a run where I was playing full peaceful. It's not so bad. You end up mimicking real militaries where you just make standard ammo and pick weapons that fire them. Yeah, this game doesn't need more micromanagement. So I make a bunch of 5.56, give everyone M4s, and set up their loadouts. They'll automatically grab ammo for the weapons. It's always a balancing act for game dev. Some realistic game mechanics are just awful to play. Yeah, it's... Buddy, I love you. I love you so much. But you are absolutely driving me nuts. Sit on the lap. No bites. Lap. No bites. No. Bud, I want to give him attention, but at the same time, it's like, dude, you're hurting the cause here. Okay, what am I doing? You enjoy micro. Yeah, I mean, like I said, play the game the way it makes you happy to play the game. We're all here to enjoy it. I was having a conversation with Squiddy last night about some of the things I did and did not like about playing Ark Survival Evolved. No kitty treats if no bites, if not bite, right? And the thing is if you're playing a game single player, do whatever you want. You want to play on God mode, play on God mode. You want to play in creative, play in creative. You want to play ultra hard, obscene, like there's no chance of winning, do that. Do whatever you want in single player. I think the conversation about what is appropriate and not appropriate as far as modding and altering the game really starts to matter more when you get into multiplayer, because then it has to be an agreement and a conversation. Ahoy there, Captain Nethercloud. What's on the horizon today? Snow. Snow and ice and blood and people who want to kill us. That's what's on the horizon today. How you doing, Mr. Crow? We need to get you some more lovin'. Oh, you're hungry. That's why you're so pissy. My fault. I'm micromanaging food and I'm not doing a good job of it. You want to do CBT to yourself in the game? You can do that. Yeah. So, what I was talking about is in Ark Survival Evolved, there were a lot of... How do I explain? I don't know who's played Ark, but it's a game where you can capture dinosaurs and ride them. You can go all the way from primitive tech with bows and clubs all the way up to like shoulder-mounted laser cannon type stuff. Riding a T-Rex who has tech armor shooting pulse munitions while it's biting shit. It's a freaking crazy game, right? There is an endgame dinosaur called a Gigantosaurus. And the Giga is supposed to be like the endgame meat eater, right? It is the big bad, and before they introduced the equivalent of Pokeballs to it, it was almost impossible to breed a Giga, like almost impossible. And taming them, when you tamed the wild ones, they were so shitty. Like, you legitimately had to breed them over and over and over and over and over again. And they were over a 2-week raise. And you had to make sure that the trough stayed full of meat. If you wanted a good one, you had to come back and interact with it every 8 hours for over 2 weeks. Right? It's like an 18-day raise or something like that. It was meant to be like a reward for only the most dedicated hardcore players get Gigas. But of course, since it's a very rare item, it became a thing where you'd get people and legit like sweatshop situations where like they'd get a whole bunch of kids in China stuffed in a room, chained to computers, raising Gigas to sell them on eBay. And you know, there's a lot of games that have stuff sell on eBay, and it's something that game devs have been fighting, and you know, everybody's got an opinion on. But again, it's a multiplayer game. And then on top of that, in addition to doing mass breeding and making an end game item so common that it was more or less worthless, they were obsessed with finding ways to dupe everything. And all of the duping methods in Ark involved crashing the computers. Why get kids to do... I'm just making broad assumptions here, but that's what happens. That you get all sorts of stories about that with everything, because there are no child labor laws in a lot of the countries on that side of the world. Like, I don't think China has any child labor laws in certain parts of the country. It's a very industrialized thing. I don't know. Again, I don't want to... Maybe it's not China. Maybe it was India or Russia, or maybe it was right down the street here in LA. But, like... I'm saying stylistically, it was a bunch of people making probably pennies on the day, sitting there raising Gigas all day long. Hell, it might have been one dude sitting there with 25 computers going, but I've done stuff like that. I've raised a lot of dinosaurs in that game, and as one person, it's almost impossible to raise the quantity that they were raising for sales. Someplace it would be cheaper than a bot, sadly. Yes. And the thing about raising the dinosaurs is you really couldn't use a bot or an AI program because their needs were different every 8 hours. So sometimes you'd have to take them for a walk, and walks were not standardized. You'd have to take them for a specific distance. There had something to do with how far away from structures there were. Other times you had to give them the treat, and the treat could range from... I don't even know. It was at least dozens, but maybe like hundreds of items, different meats, different kibbles, different eggs, different whatever. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could bot it, but I think, like Aya said, a lot of times it's cheaper to go to a country that doesn't have good labor laws, because you can literally hire someone for like $1 a day to sit down and do it. And you know, they're selling these dinos for anywhere from a couple of bucks to, like, for the highest level stat ones, you could probably get a good, like, you know, I don't know the specific numbers, but you're getting way more than $1 a day, and that person you're paying $1 a day to do it, they're probably raising, you know, 20, 30, 50 dinosaurs. I myself, playing as a solo player, could raise 50, 60. I think my most, I raised 100 dinosaurs by myself at once, and I had to stagger their growth, and I had the little Pokeball thing, so if things got overwhelming, I could, like, cryo freeze them real quick. But either way, it was just this whole big scene, right? And it became a real problem in the community, because Ark would fix dupe problems. So they're crashing servers, they're tanking out the value of endgame dinos, and man, bring up combat extended in a stream leads to child labor and exploitation. Right. Well, I'm just getting into, like, the difference between playing single player and multiplayer games. When you have a multiplayer game like that, where you've got a huge community of people coming together, some of them are, you know, weekend warriors. You know, they work their day job, but they get to play for the weekend, and they have a lot of fun doing it. Some of them are dedicated to playing the game all day long, whether they're professional streamers, content creators, or just kids on summer vacation from school who have nothing else to do, and they're cool with playing all day long. You know, there's a wide variety of people, but you're in an environment where what is happening there matters. I don't have this configured for slag. I thought I did. And so, like, what you're doing affects other people. And anytime you're affecting other people, I think it's important to take into account what the social contracts are. When you're, like, because what we were talking about is if you're playing a single player game, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, you want to turn on Rimworld and go into prepare carefully, give your pawn all level 20, give all of them iron willed, go into the custom settings and set it so mood breaks are impossible, and you just want to go and raid everybody, drop in with full-on power armor. If that's an enjoyable experience for it, by all means do it. And if you think other people are going to enjoy it and you want to do content for it, again, by all means do that. But once you get into a situation where you're playing with other people, there has to be a social contract and an agreement. And without the game developers enforcing that specifically, then it comes down to, you know, unsaid rules. But even with game developers trying to enforce things like that, because the game devs went after people that were selling stuff, but when people are in different countries around the world, it's hard to do. One scammer falls, 5 more grow back in its place. Scammers are like hydras. It's like, if there is a way to be making money by scamming people and abusing the system, it's going to be happening. It's something you have to be proactive about. There's no amount of programming and bots or anything else that are going to be able to stop them from doing what they're going to do. People are going to try and exploit the system to make as much money as possible. You can't really blame them either. I mean, in the world we live in today, like, if you're not cheating and exploiting, you're probably starving. You know? So it's a really tough, like, social and political type conversation that isn't necessarily like something you can answer, especially me as a streamer. I'm not like some political sciences major or anything. I'm a redneck that left his hometown and drove across the country to play music in a metal band, and then became a guy who creates content about video games he likes. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. EVE Online is an interesting case study of the devs encouraging bad actors, and it sucks. You don't know how close to home that hits, man. What, the whole, like, grew up a redneck in the middle of nowhere thing? If you're not cheating, you're probably starving. Yeah. That's one of the things I picked up doing music production. A lot of people in music production talked about when auto-tune became a very prevalent thing in music production. There were so many people that were on the side of, that's cheating. Like, you're cheating at making music. Like, the people that should be getting famous are the ones that have the talent to deserve to get famous. So using auto-tune is cheating. And that's where I first heard it. Not that I necessarily had an opinion on it one way or another when I heard it, but the opinion that I got from someone was like, dude, in an industry where everybody is cheating, if you're not cheating, you're losing. Like, that's it. Like, auto-tune is a thing. It's not going to go away. Everybody's going to use it. So if you're not using it, then you're putting it yourself at a disadvantage because everybody else is using it. You're going to spend an extra 20, 30, 40, 50 hours working on something, practicing it, getting it perfect. Meanwhile, they've put out 7 songs and have cornered the market, and there's no room for you anymore. So, you know, that gets into the whole, like, socio-political conversation that's always a hot button issue. I have my own opinions on that, but I think the crux of it, without getting into the specifics of what I believe and how I think things should be, is that we haven't gotten it right yet, and that we should keep trying to get it right. I'm not going to say whether or not any one system is the system that's good or the system that's bad. I don't think we have figured out how to live on a global scale yet properly. So I think we should keep working. I think the only opinion that's bad about socio-political growth is that we should stop trying. If you stop trying, you might as well just roll over and die right there, whether it's as an individual or as a species, in my opinion. That being said, again, I'm not a political sciences major, so as far as speaking to the specifics of what should be done, it's progress. But just because you made progress doesn't mean you should stop. If you build the ship but you don't launch it, did you win the game? You know? Progress and growth are never something that should be done. They should be something that continue. In my opinion, again, you know. everybody can have their own opinion. I'm getting a little too far off of gaming topics, right? But yeah, basically what I was saying about games is that the issue with how a game is played really comes into play when you start talking about multiplayer. Can we clean first so we don't get food poisoning, please? And I need another zone apparently because we're just dropping stuff on the floor over here. Okay, so we're still hauling in all the damn snow hairs from this this thing. So that's a whole situation. I need everybody to stop mood breaking, and we're gonna need to get the butcher table installed again. So I guess we'll just install that over here where it was. I liked the story once of an archaeology guest who was asked what is the first sign of civilization, and the answer was mended broken bones. I think you were talking about that last time, where if you have a debilitating condition, the society fixes you instead of throwing you out to die, since they'd need help to live long enough for the breaks to heal. Yeah. I think I've heard that described as people or civilizations getting past the what is it? It's the me versus us and the us versus them. We've gotten past the me versus us, but we haven't gotten past the us versus them as far as our social evolution. I think I'm saying that wrong, but it was a cool concept when I was listening to it. But anyway, my point is not about politics because again, I don't know about politics or any of that. I have my opinions, but opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and all of them stink. If you don't know that saying, everybody always says, you know what they say about opinions, but that is the full saying right there. We might never do to no social homogeneity. Yeah, I mean, the internet is definitely bringing us in the direction of being able to live more as a global society. But what we were talking about, and what I think all of us have more experience with, is gaming in general. We're talking about the different ways that people game, and I think gaming in general, you should play how you want. And I guess this can apply to life. You should do what you want as long as you're not hurting other people's experience, I think is a great overarching way to look at both gaming and life, in my opinion. Like, if the way you're gaming is fun for you and it doesn't interfere with anybody else's happiness and good time, by all means, go for it. But if you're doing something that breaks the game and makes it non-enjoyable for other people who are playing the same game because it's a multiplayer situation or something, that might not be the best way to go about things. We are just not getting cleaning done for some reason, huh? Can we please clean, guys? Can we please clean? Okay, we're getting things cleaned. What are you doing? You're going to get the snow hair? Excellent. Let's get the snow hair. I was like, we need to make progress, and then we got a migrating crop of snow hairs, and now it's like we need to just collect the snow hairs. Speaking of which, we really need to get this meat inside. A lot of those concepts get a little twisted sometimes, like survival of the fittest was never meant to be survival of the strongest, but the own must fit for their environment. They are on a wreck and sleep only. Right, they are on a wreck and sleep only schedule. That is correct. That's why we're not getting where we need to go. Okay, so we got refrigerated stuff here. We gotta get this sorted. Humans and technology as a whole are asking one big question: how fast can a species evolve? Because humans aren't letting go of technology anytime soon, so we likely going to evolve alongside it. Yeah, I'm not saying anything about not evolving with technology. I love technology, and I think one of the most awesome concepts is that we are the first species in the history of the world that has a conscious understanding of our evolution and have the means with which to guide that evolution, if that makes any sense. But again, let's try to stick to video games. I don't want to alienate anybody or cause any problems. I sure as hell don't want to get a million comments on YouTube after this, telling me to go fuck myself because of my political views. It's just social suicide as a streamer. So on games, again, if you're playing multiplayer, whether it's rules imposed by the devs or a conversation you have with your fellow players, there should be some sort of social contract. Doesn't have to be explicitly written, but there should be some sort of social contract that keeps everybody safe, and there's an agreement, If you're playing single player, you should do whatever the hell you want that you get the most enjoyment out of. It's one of the reasons I swapped over to single player games. The last multiplayer game I played a lot of was Ark, and I had a lot of bad experiences because of other people. Not just with the duping and exploitation and everything within game, but even within my friend group. We had people I literally had some dude come on, get me in a conversation. He's like, "Hey, I really need to talk to you." He's like, "Hey, now my wife really, really wants to fuck you." And I'm like, "Dude, why are we having this conversation? Go talk to your wife. I don't want to get involved with any of this noise. I want to ride dinosaurs. Can we ride dinosaurs? Is that possible? Why do we have to talk about who wants to bang who and who wants to date who and who's this and who's that? I don't care what your wife wants. You live on the opposite side of the country, and I have no interest in her to begin with. Your wife is my friend who rides dragons and dinosaurs with me. That's it. And so are you. And if it's anything more than that, if either of you are bringing any more than the table than nether, there is a dope looking dragon, we need to go and get it, then I don't want to be friends with any of you. I'm here to play video games. I don't care." So it got to the point where it was this person's stealing from you, this person, and I went off and I played solo and ride dinos. Yeah, absolutely. I got to the point with the game where I was like, look, I just can't anymore. And then on top of it, I don't blame the devs. That game kind of got away from the devs. It got a lot bigger than I think they expected to get, a lot faster, and because of that, they had to make a lot of partnership deals with other companies, and if you look at their business contracts, they really got hosed. And they kind of put themselves behind in that they had a lot of obligations that they couldn't live up to. And basically, people outside of the company were dictating their policies, when things would release, how things would release, and it made it impossible for them to actually catch up and make their game good. It's rough if you aren't ready for that. Yeah. So I'm a little sad about it. I've got 7,000 hours in Ark. I want to say that again. I have 7,000 hours in Ark. Now, granted, there's probably a good portion of that that's AFKing to make sure that I'm on the server when the babies need to be fed. There's plenty of times I've fallen asleep in front of my computer or PlayStation, but I've got 5K on PlayStation 4 and I've got 2K on PC and love the game. I think if everything was fixed about the game, I think Ark could have been the best game in the history of gaming. And I stand by that. It had everything. You could play third or first person. It had shooting and combat on the PvP side. It had collectibles. It had dinos of every color, every species, everything. And basically, there was something for everybody in that game. It had a really in-depth lore, story stuff. They shoved their own feet in their own mouths. Yeah, I mean, Elusive Smoke, what's going on? I mean, they really just didn't have a choice, in my opinion. When Ark came out, it was very indie, and it got so popular that it was just impossible for them to keep up with it. And because of that, they got forced into bad business deals. I know what it's like out there in the business world, and I don't blame them for the things that happen like a lot of people do, but it just kind of sucks that it did. Yeah, their money-making system was terrible. The way they did their skins, the skins were items. And those items could be given to anybody, and all you had to do to get more copies of the skins was die and respawn. And I don't think there was a hardcore multiplayer, so unless you did like a private server. So there were people who just stripped down and put their armor in there. They would die, respawn with all their skins, put them in a vault. Die, respawn with all their skins, put them in a vault, and then they would give the skins away. So even though and Ark only ever released, I think, like a half a dozen or a dozen game. Yeah, it's a neat type of game, Smoke. We're talking about all of the like good and bad about Ark because we got into a whole commentary on, you know, social responsibility as far as gaming is concerned in the context of multiplayer and all that. I should probably actually be paying attention to the game we're playing right now, because, you know, we're going to die, but... Conan Exiles was pretty cool when I watched content on it years ago. Hydrate, I can do that. Can I? Where is my water glass? Hang on, I'll get that from the restroom. At night, I have to put my glass next to the sink in the bathroom because my cat will knock it over if I leave it on my desk just to get my attention, and I have lost a $200 keyboard because of that. So oh yeah, it is a cat thing to do. He doesn't knock it over. When I put it in the bathroom because it's like, well, if it's next to the bathroom sink, there's nothing that could happen if he knocks it over. Never knocks it over in the bathroom. He legitimately knocks it over to screw with me because he knows it upsets me on the desk. Ah, Julie, I should not have left you unrestricted. You're hauling things I don't want you to haul. How about you haul this guy instead? Kind of, Smoke. Like, we're going into spring, so temperature is not the... We're going to be struggling with the other side of temperature where it's getting too warm to keep our food frozen. So, right now, we cleaned up the mech cluster, and we're kind of just hauling everything in right now. Julie's our fastest walker. I need to make sure that everything gets in here because this is where we have something to keep stuff frozen. Can I... Alright, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we move... Thinking we change the storage bullshit on these shelves. Like, let's go into the storage here. Let's clear all. Then let's unlink this shelf. And we're going to go... Oh, I actually have to drink the water I poured. Thank you, Julie. Are you still drinking? That won't happen. It won't get above 32. Yeah, it will. It gets above 32. It gets up to about 44 in the summer. We've gone through it before. That's how we started this out. Yeah, so we have to balance that. In the summer, we have to butcher everything. That's why I actually have a cooler here, so this room can stay frozen. Let's do textiles, apparel, but not tainted apparel. And then let's reinstall this here. Copy settings, paste settings, and then reinstall that out here as well. And let's do that. Wait, what means you can actually travel for trading during the summer safely? I didn't think we had that option. Exactly. Yeah. We're coming into summer, so, and we're also coming up on our new dance parties. So we should actually be able to make... So it's basically make progress in the summer, tuck in the winter, and just chill. Just chill. So that's our game mode at the moment. It's a Julie, Nether. Wait, what are we talking about? What about Julie? Julie's doing just fine. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to get this stuff in here. Let me actually focus. I know, that's an insane concept that Nether might actually focus. But let me do something real quick. I'm gonna have Julie drop the low shield. Killer, you can equip the low shield, and what I want her to do is come over here. In fact, we're gonna play it a little risky. I'm gonna have Julie equip the jump pack and equip the incinerator, and then I want her to haul the components. The Scorcher off the shelf. Let's get that off the shelf. I'd like the silver to be inside, but for now we'll leave it outside. Okay, so I'm going to unlink, copy settings, paste settings. These are going to, we're just going to straight up clear all on this. I want you to bring stuff outside and put it on the shelves. Let's haul that, haul that, haul that. Haul that. Julie is back with the supplies. One of my tribals have died, down to 4. I mean, at least you started with a handful of them. It's a good thing about tribals, right? All right, Julie's got her bolty, and we're gonna have her. Actually, how's your food situation? Your food situation is fine. Now that Julie's got the jump pack, I'm feeling a little bit better about her going out there and doing those things. I've got Barb hauling everything out of here. We're going to set up meat on this one, and we're going to set up meat on this one. We're also going to set up meals on this one. Anything except the packaged survival meals, which I might just have them bring inside. We're going to expand this zone to here. How are your needs? Oh shit, let's get you a meal. Wild Julie has appealed. Welcome up here. Welcome on in, Julie. Let's do a shout out for Julie Pixels over here. Julie, you're straight up carrying the colony. Everybody go check out Julie. Julie streams a lot of Ani, some Stardew, a few other things. And it's just an all-around wonderful person and cat mom. Links are up on the screen. are those things there? Please haul these to where they need to go. I don't want them deteriorating, please. Now, is this stuff set up for tainted apparel? It is. Excellent. Let's not allow clean apparel here. So let's allow all apparel, but not clean apparel. Only tainted apparel. So are any pawns able to be renamed? No, currently all the pawns have been named. So I do apologize for that, Novak. We're just doing a very low pawn count start here. Eventually, I hope to get up to, I think my ideal spot for this would be about 20 to 24 pawns. It's just going to take a long time to get there because we got to get all of the hydroponics up and running. Even if we get good pawns coming in, we can't really afford to keep them. It's a whole nonsensical freaking playthrough because feeding people is the biggest problem. I know it looks like we got a lot of food out here with all the rabbits and, you know, human corpses and shit, but it goes really fast when you've got 3 or 4 people. Alright, let me get you, no empty configurable spot. We got a lot of corpses. Julie, the 42-year-old drifter. Vat-grown soldier drifter. Julie wasn't made as a person, but as an instrument of destruction. Grown in a bioweapons facility and taught combat during her accelerated growth, Julie Pixel still has a proclivity for combat of all kinds and an aversion to human contact. Julie Pixels never figured out what to do with her life. She traveled often, taking up casual work wherever she found it. She also occasionally worked on a novel that she knew would be a bestseller, just as soon as she could find a publisher who was interested. Cats are better than people, absolutely. What are we hauling? The Miltor? No, let's haul the wild boar first. What's our temperature? 23 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Hard agree. I'm with you on that. My little boy finally went to sleep after what, like an hour of messing around with stream. Is there a place to store this? No empty configurable place to store medicine. Of course not. We have so much to get done in this base. And, like, no time to do it whatsoever. It is just a nightmare. Micromanaging people's food. Persons are okay. People, blah. Yeah, I agree. It's like that scene in Men in Black. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky animals. I think the end of that is, and you know it. Minor break risk. Only minor? Jeez. Serious pain. Can we be done with the pain anytime soon? We're almost healed up on Barb. No wayfinder, flesh tentacle, unsightly environment, mediocre barracks, disturbed sleep, ratty apparel, 8 fungus. Yep. Alright, so we're pulling in all the meat. It's 29 degrees Fahrenheit outside. We really could use to bring in some other stuff, right? So we'll have Julie haul in stuff. We're having Julie do it because not only she's the fastest, but now she's wearing a jetpack and she is the best shot. So Julie is our go-to here. We're gonna grab the steel, the medicine, the meals. I'd like to bring the barrel in too. I don't think we're going to get to putting up a mortar anytime soon because we just don't have the infrastructure to make chem fuel. But what I think I might like to do today is try and get our base expanded out. Uh, I'd love to get the walls built out of something non-flammable, but that has not been a real achievable goal. So what we're looking for is getting this room up to a 15 by 15. It's not going to be an optimal situation, but that was what we figured out would be pretty good for both running our barracks as well as having our hydroponics set up in the center. I'm gaining a newfound appreciation for how common 12 gauge shells are for shotguns. Yeah, you know, shotguns in this game tend to be a little underrated in my opinion. Early game, a shotgun is a pretty damn good weapon just because of the stopping power. You know, it's not the most accurate thing and it doesn't have great range, but if you can get it so that when the enemy comes around a corner, you immediately hit them with a shotgun blast, and then you duck around another corner. They're going to be moving slow. They're going to be bleeding. There's a lot of stopping power in the shotguns. The chain shotguns aren't as accurate as the pump shotguns because of the multi-barrel situation on them, but they're really good weapons. I mean, any weapon in this game can be used to an advantage if depending on the situation. Everything in Rimworld depends, right? We desperately need to trade off a bunch of junk. Do we have anybody who's even remotely good at social? Barb is a 3. Great, kind memory, or great and kind and great memory. Julie can't do social at all. Killer's a 3 in social. I might send Barb out to do trading, guys. Like, I know it sounds insane to send one of our 3 colonists out the door, but I think we butcher all of the animals. Basically, we butcher all the corpses, load her up with all the textiles, and send her out the door. She is our main cook, so if she dies... Oh, God, that is the problem, right? If she dies, we can't eat. Okay, maybe the safer thing is to just wait the 2 days and see if we can get ourselves a mule. That's probably the safer thing to do. So let's just continue with the plan. Let's get a few things hauled in. Hauling the mill tour. No, let's haul the silver. And then let's make a little stockpile over here again for packaged survival meals and medicine. Actually, they could just put the medicine there. That's fine, right? All right, you're good to do 2 rounds of hauling. We will temporarily go in here and add packaged survival meals so that they are not out here in the cold. I am going to forbid those, though. Okay. I guess we micromanage food, make sure that things don't rot. We're going to get up to above freezing here. Barb probably does have the best clothing, but like I said, I think we're better off just waiting the 2 days, doing our rituals. Alpacas join. You don't say. So I think we're going to have Julie do that as well. And we're going to use a trick that Miss was talking about. We're going to put a caravan spot right there. That is food and textiles. All right. What are your needs at? All right, let's get you a meal. And let's get you to... Let's get you to come down here and rope these sons of bitches. She should rope them to this spot, and then we'll delete that spot once they're all together, and have her rope them back to the base. Then we'll kill them at the base. Okay, so now we delete this. Come on now, game. No, 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 you obnoxious son of a bitch and pawn. Oh my god. Alright, those two are right next to each other. You're gonna make me do 2 trips, huh, game? Fishing is not vanilla, no. You have some items for trade? Excellent. Barb is going to slaughter the animals. Julie is going to do that. I think Barb is our only pawn that has any social. It's atrocious, but hey. Maybe he'll buy some junk from us. We might want to keep one of the alpacas alive to be an animal to help haul. Because they can haul stuff, right? God, I would prefer to smelt down the revolvers, but is it even worth it at this point? Well, you won't buy our textiles. You son of a bitch. But he does have some food on him. Can we get his pemmican? I'll take his pemmican. And is there anything that's falling apart that we can trade him as far as clothing is concerned? Not really. Alright, let's grab that then. No empty configurable spot for the pemmican, of course. God, I thought food management was going to be one of the more difficult things about this playthrough. Turns out that just space management is a pain in the ass. Alright, so let's say we were to start a caravan, right? The alpaca adds 35 kilos. Do we have brick inside? We shouldn't have brick inside. Oh yeah, I don't know why the brick is inside. That's not supposed to be how that is. Odd. Porpoise. I'm about to anger Porpoise's tribe on Porpoise. What do you have? 221 silver. Void Sight, Flame Bow, Steel Breach. You still have some pemmican. Also, if it's below freezing, you can bury bodies and they will stay frozen. Okay, and didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to backseat game, but then you mentioned storage. Yeah, no, I don't mind light backseat gaming. My general rule is if you have suggestions or ideas, I'm always open to suggestions or ideas, but what I don't like is when people get upset that I don't follow their ideas. Like if you make a suggestion and I'm like, noted, but I'm not going to do it, and then you get upset, then I'd rather you not make the suggestion. If you have a suggestion and you're okay with me, you know, going a different way, if I don't follow your suggestion, that's fine. So that's basically my rule with backseating when it comes to this game. I've got almost 1,800 hours in it, or I think maybe over 1,800 now after this week, but I still don't know everything there is to know about this game. Every time we've streamed Sea Ice so far, I've learned something new from our people. Blue, I assumed that was the case, but I'm not willing to try and bury our colonists to resurrect them later. The last run we did, I had like 3 or 4 people in sarcophagi in the freezer and never got a mech serum. And we were on that thing for a long time. Starvation. I'm running my mouth, but not feeding our people. I'm very sorry, Killer's Pawn. Let's get you some dinner. Breakfast, whatever it may be. I guess it's 10 a.m., so breakfast it is. Where is Julie? Julie is back over here. Julie is relaxing. So, oh no, I meant to bury them to butcher later on. Gotcha. I mean, it actually takes up less space to leave them on the ground because they take up 1 tile of space when they're on the ground. But if you bury them, a grave is 2 tiles. So, I mean, theoretically that's helpful, but I think space-wise, it's actually more space efficient to just put them in a stockpile. It means you only take up 2 slots for a grave rather than dealing with the complication of multiple meats and leathers. Yeah, but they deteriorate outside. That is true. That is true. But we are going to butcher them all and stuff them into this little area down here. Because I want to get these things butchered. Man, do we keep an alpaca alive? Can we keep an alpaca alive for... Oh, man. I don't even know. What do we got? We got... The graves can be put outside and won't be targeted by raiders. That is a good point. That is a good point. Oh, we got lung rot out front. Does that really matter? Do I care? I mean, kind of, but also kind of not. I didn't even realize Julie was out here hauling. I should probably keep an eye on that. We'll have her bring in the packaged survival meals. I mean, we've got a lot of processing to do here. Luckily, most of it's in the form of corpses, so... Yeah, you know what? We're just going to slaughter this thing. There's no point. Like, yes, it can carry more stuff, but we'll have to feed it to keep it alive, and that's just going to negate the whole value of it. So it's storing multiple stacks inside safely or building outside, but losing access to food in case mad animals. Yeah. That's what's up with this game, right? Is like, no matter what you do, there's ups and downs. And I think that's a good thing about these style of games, is if they're developed well, then everything becomes a choice. There's no clear-cut way to do something. There's always like, well, in this situation this would be better, and in this situation this would be better. All right, I'm going to let you haul, Barb, but I really should not have you on unrestricted. You move way too slow for that. Oh, why is this thing on? That should not be on. That's something I'd kind of like to be changed. Whenever you move a powered building or reinstall a powered building, it defaults to on. I'd like it that if the building is off and you move it, it stays off. This thing was sucking up an extra 60 watts of power just because I wanted to move it out of our way so we weren't walking over top of it. So, que sera, right? Alright, we've got power flicker going here. That's problematic. We could flip this. No, it's 46 degrees out. We really do need that to stay on, so... but I'm going to flick it off anyway. Not gonna lie, guys, I am looking forward to actually making progress and finishing this run. I know we're nowhere near finishing it. We're really just kind of still getting started. But man, I am looking forward to the run after this. I don't even know what we're gonna do for a run after this, but I would like to play a run that's a little bit more fast-paced. What should we do after? I mean, it's a long way off, so it's all speculation and everything is subject to change. But I'm trying to think what we want to do after this. A couple of ideas that I had. I mean, naked brutality is not what it used to be. Extreme desert is definitely one that's on the table. We were talking about that. We might go that way. Extreme desert is on the table. Yeah, he did. He did that after sea ice, and he was like, you know, compared to sea ice, this is a walk in the park because you can actually grow food and, you know, grow wood on an extreme desert. It's not easy, and it's not like plentiful, but way more so than on a sea ice start. Another one that's on the table is I wanted to do, and maybe we could do this on extreme desert. They're not mutually exclusive. I wanted to do a mixed race tribal where we do an impid, a pigskin, a genie, a dirt mole, and what's the other one that doesn't completely suck? Not a Neanderthal. Whatever. Basically take 5 different races and then deal with all their ups and downs accordingly. Maybe it was Neanderthal. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. Itakin, yes. The 5th one would be the Itakin. And we would go with 1 each. Francis did a run like that, and he wound up going hard into the genetic splicing. Which is cool. We're going to wind up going pretty hard into genetic splicing on this one, though, so it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't take a Hussar as a starting pawn. The only way I'd take a Hussar is if we were at the point where we could make our own Go Juice. The Rainbow Six playthrough. There you go, multicultural playthrough. Whatever you want to say. If we wanted to crank up the difficulty, we could theoretically try doing a good guy run, where we don't take Supremacist and don't do cannibalism and all that stuff. The only reason I haven't done that is I don't think I would find that playthrough fun. It's like... I like doing the terrible things. Not, you know, that sounds terrible in and of itself, but it's just that, like, I don't think I would enjoy doing a good guy run. It would be difficult, but it wouldn't be enjoyable for me. You can grow an extreme desert. Growable cold map, a non-growable cold map, a growable warm map, but now I want a non-growable warm map. Yeah, an extreme desert that actually had no growable thing, like literally just sand dunes. What about anomaly, but with the events cranked up to like 80 to 100% instead of the default 30? Are you mad? I'm not mad. We did a full anomaly playthrough as the one before this, so cranking up the anomaly threat in it, I don't think offers enough difference for me. You play Sea Ice for fun when you're bored. 80 to 100 anomaly is a death sentence. Yeah, I mean, anything is doable, especially depending on what the restrictions are, right? Maybe it would be almost impossible or impossible, but What if we did custom genetics? What if we did a custom start? You know, that type of thing. What other handicaps are we giving ourselves besides that? All right, is there anything else we need to haul in? As much as I'd like that barrel, making a mortar out of it at 10% is the same thing as making a mortar out of it at 100%, so I'm not going to worry about that. The slag out here, we should probably haul in the slag. How are we as far as when we can knock out this party? Not super soon. So let's unrestrict Julie again and send her out. Well, are you fed, Julie? You are. Okay. You're hauling the steel slag. How is your food? You need food. Let's have you consume something. Killer is good right now. They're consuming disliked food. We need a couple of points. We're going to reform and go into Tunneler so we can have them eat fungus. It's going to make it a lot better for us. We won't need to have a light, right? Like, we could legitimately just do hydroponics basins with no lights, and our people will be perfectly happy with eating mushrooms. So I'm good with that. I think that's fantastic. It'll also allow us to put a support in the middle instead of a light. So originally I wanted to put the light here and do the like spirally pattern, but I kind of screwed that up by putting these here and not moving one of them. I digress, often and shamelessly. But we could just literally leave this wall segment here and then build the hydroponics around it, leave it in the dark with mushrooms. And then our people really wouldn't care about it. We could go with... I mean, then they're in darkness, which they're not going to like. With only 4 chances per year, it would be certainly encouraged to get getting a really good ideology room. Yeah, an ideology room would be great. I mean, you don't have to have a dedicated ideology room to get good rituals. All we need to do to get good rituals is have enough power to run the light ball and 6 speakers and have a really badass barracks. I play 80 with ideology. You can do a ritual to gain a colonist. You could make it so you can only perform like 4 per year and only rely on that to gain colonists on 100% anomaly. With only 4 per year, it would be... Oh, okay, okay. Only thing else I can think of is what I'm doing right now. Tribal start with 20% research speed. It forces you to utilize the early tech options instead of blowing past. Yeah, that's not a bad one. The thing about slow research is it winds up coming out to be a lot like this run is, where we're just slowed down. I don't think the next run I want to do anything to artificially slow us down. Because what I'm not liking about this run is how slow it's going. So I think Extreme Desert and or the Rainbow 5 or whatever is probably more likely. There were a couple of other runs I wanted to do. I can't remember exactly what they are. We could go for a full RNG run. Books only for research. I'm still making plays and gathering resources. I just can't rush to guns. Major break risk. Insulted twice. This is becoming problematic. Ate raw food. Oh, I made her eat raw food. Damn it. I have to make lavish meals exclusively. All right, we need this ritual, but Barb is about to break. Vroom, 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 vroom. Damn it, Twitch. Making life difficult. All right, so... have we eaten more or less? Let's get you some pemmican, and then let's get this party going. See if we can't get this off the ground. Yeah, well, I like the suggestions. We'll come up with something. I mean, we're probably going to be in this one for a pretty considerable amount of time, so we'll see what we can come up with between then and now. Major break risk. You know what? We're going to have to party. Let's hope Barb doesn't do anything insane while we're partying, and let's hope we get some mood out of it so she doesn't break. Let's also hope we get a mule out of it and I can just quickly butcher everything and get the hell on the road. Alright, we've got the reform ideology. We're not going to reform till we pop off the other rituals, but... Light ball doesn't work unless you have at least one speaker, Blue. That was the thing. If you can't afford to make a light ball and at least one speaker, light ball doesn't help you at all. I was like, oh, we'll make a light ball, and that'll at least get us a little bit of a bonus, and I was wrong. So, that's why I turned it off and stuck it over in the corner. It's not a... That was a little bit of a pinch. Good thing to know for next time, but that was a little bit of a pinch when I was like, damn it, that was a waste of resources. And now I don't want to destroy it because it will come in handy. If we have to destroy something for resources, that thing is definitely first on the chopping block. I'm going to have Killer eat some pemmican. And then we're going to hopefully do another party here in a second. Let's unrestrict Julie and have her haul this last slag chunk in. Should have her haul in the other stuff too, but we'll do little bits at a time here. We can buy drop pods or a raid. Put a cooldown on it. That and a channel point space. You know what, Novox? You bring up a good point. The next playthrough, and hold me to this, guys, we might not go all the way to the end, but after we finish this playthrough, I want to do a Twitch integration session. Might only be for a day or a week or something like that, but I've been talking about doing a Twitch integration thing for a while. It's going to take me a bit to balance out the way that is, because there's way too much by default on stuff like Rim Connect. But for funsies, after this, we'll do a Rim Connect one. I'm not going to treat it as a serious challenge, because I think a lot of the integration stuff either makes the game too easy or too hard, depending on what kind of personality chat brings to the table. But I think that would be something that would be really fun. We'll see how far we can go before you guys either kill me or buy me into the end game. But I've been wanting to do that. There's Rim Connect. It's easy to set up. Like I said, it would be a meme playthrough. It would not be a playthrough that our goal is to get to end game. But if you guys are like, we want Nether to beat the game in 8 hours, you guys could maybe buy me all of the upgrades and we could just beat the game in a single playthrough or a single play session. If you guys want to hit me as hard as you can and be like, all right, let's see how long Nether can live with us just shoving raids up his butt all day long. But it would probably be only a one-day thing. Or, if it's super fun and we're really enjoying it, maybe like a couple of days or like, the 3 Rimworld days. But then we would have to get into a serious playthrough after that, where the goal is an actual playthrough. All right, everybody, let's party again. Twitch toolkit. Fun advent of humanity. Wonderful. We had Sun for a half a goddamn second. Maybe we all work together to get a single overpowered pawn who takes on the Empire. Could we do a single pawn run? I mean, Adam did a single Mechaniter pawn run. So, single pawn runs are actually possible, but... Oh, it is 49 degrees outside. Okay. It is time to start butchering hard. Sad wander on Barb. That's fine. Can anybody, nobody else can actually cook? Okay. Let's do a little corpse management. So what is going to go bad the fastest? 2 days, 2 days, 2 days. So yeah, everything is a 2-day spoil. Fantastic. But I've never seen a run where someone does true solo. No animals, no allies summon, pure solo. That's an interesting thought process. I don't know that that's possible. I mean, anything is possible, I suppose. Let's just not haul the animal outside, Julie. It's fine. What are you going to get? We don't need any of that, Julie. That's Tom's old gear. What are you going to get up here? Slag. You know what? I'll allow that one. I'll allow that one. You can go get the slag. I keep trying to completely make my pawn a bionic masterpiece in other streamers' runs. I'm a big fan of super pawns. We did that in the Sanguiphage All Endings run playthrough we did. Almost everybody had a full suite of bionics and could legitimately run at reasonable speeds in power armor because we had bionic legs and all of the, like, everything. I think we even did gene splicing in that run to make our pawns more overpowered. You know what, Julie? Since you're coming up here... Do I have to beat up Barb again? Scarface. I have not. I've seen a bunch of people add Archotech limbs and stuff, but I've never seen someone truly max out any of the health stats. When we did that run, Blue, I replaced everything we could with bionics on our the 5 pawns we took to the first Arco Nexus. All of them had a full suite of bionics: arms, legs, kidneys, lungs, nuclear stomachs. Like they were fully decked out in bionics, and there was a little bit more I wanted to do with genetics, but I just got to a point where I was like, if we try to do anything more with genetics, like, we're going to be in this run for 5 years. So we did pretty much all of that. Base has to look like a mansion with a pool. God. Barb's going to get herself killed. Barb is going to get herself killed. Anesthetic for what? To knock her out? We would have to arrest her or punch her, and at this point, I think we might go beat her up again. I mean, we kind of have to. I'm sorry, Barb, but she's wandering around outside, so this keeps happening. Barb moods breaks, Killer and Julie go beat the piss out of her. We put her in a bed, heal her up, and go from there, but we can't have her sad wandering out in the middle of the goddamn map. It's just... she's just... I'd rather her get beat and bruised than have her go out and get herself killed. Right, he won't haul. So, actually, you rescue Barb. Oh my god, inventory management is going to break me, guys. Inventory management's going to absolutely fucking break me. Had to ramble. Movement speed, for example, Archotech limbs are good, sure, but then add drugs, then add genes, then add other pawns, buffing them in various ways, then take into account light, floor, and weather, and you got a pawn who can go from one side of the map to the other in a few seconds. Yeah, add in vampirism with the jump ability, add in Psycast with skip. I know what you're talking about. If you want to see stuff like that, Blue, I would highly recommend watching Francis John do his playthroughs. His latest playthrough with Anomaly, he basically did not he I think he did more when Biotech came out and he did his Xeno tribal playthrough. But with Anomaly he went all the way and the man breaks the game. He finds every exploit. So one of the things he did that absolutely blows my mind is that okay, we gotta tend to Barb real quick. Summer has begun. Wonderful. One of the things he did that absolutely blew my mind is, I don't know if you guys know how the corrupted obelisk works. I think it's the corrupted one. It duplicates your colonist. So when you're studying it, it might accidentally duplicate your colonist, but once you understand it, you can manually trigger it, right? A vampire jump packs couldn't keep up with a speed pawn, and a Psycaster would run out of side juice. I don't know. You should go back. You should watch my all endings vampire run. My vampires with glucosoid pumps and psychofluid pumps and a kill-focused weapon pretty much never ran out of psi focus and could get a... I had 2 vampires take out 180 tribals. It was fun. I'm not talking about just having that. I'm talking about adding that to what you were talking about. Like, if you add that to all that other stuff with the pawn running at full speed, you can do some pretty broken stuff. Yeah, some of those things you can do are insane. Yeah, we got them legendary Persona Zeus hammers, and one of them was kill focus. So literally, we moved so fast because of the glucosoid pumps and the bionics in them. We could get them into position, invisible one, jump into place, berserk pulse like 2 or 3 times, jump out of place, skip one of the tribals to us, smash them one hit with the Zeus hammer, psi focus completely full, and I think it also had neuro cooling. It was neuro cooling and kill focused, and then rinse and repeat. We could just literally take out an entire tribe with 2 vampires. They were gods, absolute gods. And then we Arco Nexused, and I didn't realize that when you Arco Nexus, everybody's husbands and wives, you get the debuff for losing husbands and wives. So our best pawn, Hans Moleman, got like 4 I lost my spouse debuffs, went into murderous rages, and murdered our other 4 god pawns. All of them, all 5 of them, were level 6 Psycasters with all of the best Psycasts. They all had a full suite of bionics. I think 2 or 3 of them were royals with the permits for call downs, but they were also ascetic, so they didn't need to have their own room. It was absolutely obscene, but that one pawn carried us through that Arco Nexus leg. Literally, I would wake them up from death rest, and they would kill an entire raid basically by themselves. And we just started getting new pawns, you know, like taking on whatever chaff that came our way. Just like, you can hold a gun and you fill one of these requirements. Cool. You can come on. And Hans would just annihilate everything. He took on like armies of Scythers. She took on armies of Scythers basically by herself. it was just an absolute freaking insane run. That is definitely where you can go with this whole like tweaking out your pawns, and I intend to do that basically not with not maybe to that extreme, since we can only make food either by killing stuff or growing in hydroponics basins up here in the Arctic. We can't go up to some insane pawn count. We can't go up to 35 pawns, you know, and an army of ghouls, because we just won't be able to feed everybody reliably. So that's why I said my optimal place is probably about 24 pawns. The reason being that 24 pawns we could support on basically 2 hydroponic setups. So if we could get to the point where we have the power for 3 hydroponic setups, 2 to support the food for the pawns and 1 to support drugs and medicine, I think we'd be in a good place. But with that amount of pawns, we're going to need them to all be absolutely god tier. We're going to need bionics, genetics, drugs. We're going to need rituals, everything. You have inspired me to actually try beating the game as opposed to what I normally do, which is run a colony indefinitely until I die. You know, Novox, you kind of remind me of our friend Tom, who is the namesake of this, of the first colonist we had in this colony. Tom starts a new Rimworld playthrough multiple times a day sometimes and has some of the most amazing ideas for themed playthroughs, but had like thousands of hours in without ever seeing the credits. And we got talking one night, and one of the ways you can play the game is if you go in, you can turn on wealth independent mode. And wealth independent mode means no matter what wealth you get, the game scales with time instead of wealth. And he did a wealth independent mode and got his very first victory screen, because you don't have to worry about wealth management early on in a difficult thing. You could put it on 500% losing is fun and immediately just start mass producing wealth so that you can get all the best stuff you can as quick as possible and just kind of get ahead of the curve. Now, if you fuck up and slow down, it just keeps getting harder, and it doesn't scale back because you took hits. So, you know, it's that double-edged sword type thing again, but I'd love to get to that point, but I've only ever completed one run without cheating. I decided I wanted to complete a run with commitment mode on, and at almost exactly 1,000 hours played, I launched my first ship. Hell yeah, Blue. Yeah, we're on... This is the... This is the 4th 500% run I'm doing. And the first one was that 500% vampire start, that we did all the endings on. That one I was still using killboxes. So this is the 3rd no killbox, no trap run that I'm doing. I'm an idiot who likes making games more difficult, hence the combat extended, and mechanoids with combat extended are actual tanks. Yeah, I mean, if you like it, like I said, you should definitely play it. I'm going to put on some music. I just realized that I had no music on in the background. I'm like, something feels off. Barb is tending to Barb. Good job, Barb. Tend to Barb. I need to get you to butcher things, and I need to get people... I need to get this stuff going. I need to get a ritual for a mule, and I need to get everything butchered as quick as possible. Then I made the raiders too smart for kill boxes. Every run is a no kill box run because the raiders will probe for weak points. I like your thought process, Nuvox. I like the idea of I'm like, you know, you guys already know I like the idea of playing on I like the idea of playing vanilla, but you know, we've talked about it multiple times already today. Play how it makes you happy. If you enjoy making the game super hard, make the game super hard. If you enjoy playing on peaceful, play on peaceful. Play anywhere in between. It doesn't matter. We're all playing games at the end of the day for the sake of having fun, right? So Sorry, I had to adjust the volume on my playlist here. I'm feeding them pemmican right now because I don't want them to get the ate the meal that they hate debuff when we're on the verge of getting them to like the things that we're doing here. These rotting corpses outside. In the doorway. In the goddamn doorway. It's just pulling teeth with these people. I enjoy playing with quality of life mods, but then I keep adding more and more till eventually it doesn't feel vanilla anymore and have to purge my mod list. Haven't felt satisfied, so I'm going to try to do a run with 0 mods at all. This is my second 0 mods run, including quality of life mods. If you go back to before I was doing 500% stuff, I played, well, that vampire run we did have some quality of life mods. One of the ones I turned off that I was using before that run was don't block doors. For that reason that we just saw right there, they'll just move stuff and put it in a doorway, which is absolutely asinine. Who the fuck does that? But I even took that one off, and the ones I was sticking with were basically visualization style mods. So, you know, Rim HUD, so you could see everything down here without having to hunt through the menus. Color-coded mood bars, which isn't necessary anymore with the updates that came with 1.5. A few things like that, basically. And when Anomaly came out, it was like I wanted to jump on it really quick. And a lot of the mods were not updated yet. I mean, a decent number of them were. The modding community is pretty on top of getting stuff updated for new versions of the game and whatnot. But basically, I was like, you know what? I don't want to have to worry about the stability of mods. And on top of that, I've gotten, I was like, you know what? I do kind of want to play with no mods. And as I mentioned earlier, part of that is being a content creator. When you play with no mods, you become a more accessible content creator because anybody who's new to the game can come in and be like, you're playing the game that I'm playing. They don't have to look up a mod list and mod out their game to be able to play along with you in theory. They could be like, oh, so you're playing the game and it works exactly the same way. You know, if someone new comes in who's starting up on the game and they're like, oh, that's really cool. How did you do that? And every time they ask that question, your response is, oh, it's a mod. Oh, it's a mod. Those people are eventually just going to wander out of your stream because it's like, oh, well, they're not actually playing the same game. And Adam talks about that as one of the reasons he started doing no mods. And so I think if I were to mod at all, the mods I would use would be for the sake of content creation, like Adam does now. And I hate to keep referencing him because I don't want to come off as an Adam clone. I've learned from him and Francis John. I'd say the vast majority of what I do is based on Adam, but Adam also plays no pause, and pause is a very different animal. So a lot of the sidecasting stuff and combat stuff I actually base off of Francis's style more than Adam's, because Francis plays with pause, so it's a very different game that way. That all being said, if I was going to do mods, I'd probably do it like Adam. He has a wealth mod where it just puts the wealth right up here in the center of the screen. So instead of having to go in here every time someone's like, hey, let's do a wealth check, it's just listed right up here. Or the colorblind minerals, because that's an accessibility mod. That's so that people who are watching who are colorblind can see the same things that everybody else can see. Don't ever feel bad for showing your thought process. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I think your thought process is solid. Thank you, Nuvox. you know, and it's one of those things where it's like, I don't make every decision based on content, but I do make some decisions based on content because it just, you know, I want this to be my job, so I have to treat it like a job. And in that regard, you know, I make some concessions. One of which is like I play on a schedule. I stream noon to 6 Monday through Saturday. So I'm straight up, Oxygen Not Included. I want to play that run. The run that we're currently doing in Oxygen Not Included, that is running through my head 24/7. As we're sitting here playing, I'm thinking about it. At night when I'm laying in bed, I'm thinking about it. But it's a stream only run. So I can't play it except the 2 days a week that we stream Oxygen Not Included. So that's a concession that I make as a streamer, that I have to have on and off, on camera and off camera runs. Why can't I haul that? There we go. I just have a bit of a different mentality. I came to this stream because I enjoyed watching you as a person. Mods are now okay. Yeah, exactly. And as far as that goes, is I like to think of myself as a personality-based streamer. Yes, we have a set bunch of games because when I went off the rails and was just doing whatever, the stream wasn't doing as well. I like to think about it as streaming and content creation is a conversation between you and the audience. I come from a background of doing music, both performing and producing, and it's the same thing. If you make it a one-sided thing, it doesn't work. If you make it all about what the audience wants, then you don't enjoy what you're doing, and the lack of enjoyment translates out, and people see that, and people don't want to watch people suffer like that. I mean, some people do, but not the vast majority of people, you know. Yeah, came for the vibes, exactly. And then on the other side of it, if you only perform for you, then that alienates people a little bit. So there's a middle ground where you can find where it's like I'm doing what I want, but I'm also doing what others want. I would prefer not to have a schedule at all, personally. I would love to just be like, you know what? I feel like playing games today, and get on and play for 12, 14, 15 hours straight, and then maybe not stream for 2 days. But that means I'm not putting myself in a place where I can make this my career. And it is a goal. It is not a be-all, end-all for me. I will stream forever, whether I make another penny ever or not. But I would like this to be my career. I'd like to log on every day, chat with you guys, and be able to walk away and say, okay, I made enough money today to pay the bills and buy my food. My stream was just me randomly hitting the stream button. Yeah, and if you're doing it just for fun and, you know, thinking, hey, I might luck up and get big, that's fine. But all of the professionals out there, all of the big people, one of the top thing on everybody's list of advice, as far as like, what do I do to become a successful streamer? The number one thing on everybody's recommendation list is have a schedule. Because you fill an entertainment slot for people. It's like back in the day when TV was, this show is on Monday night at 8 p.m. And if you don't watch it at Monday night at 8 p.m., you're going to have to wait 6 months until it's in reruns after the season is over. And then if you miss it when it reruns, you miss it again. Though I had no aspirations of a career from it. Right. If you're just doing it for fun, for a hobby, as something to be like, hey, I'm going to play and it'd be fun to just run my mouth and see who comes and hangs out, which is more or less how I started out. I always tell the story of the reason I started streaming is because I thought I was pretty good at playing video games and running my mouth, and those seem to be the two things that make for a good streamer. Can you fill the time with can you keep talking and filling the time, and can you be good at what you're doing? The reason the formula for sitcoms are popular. Yeah. There's definitely a formula to all of it. There's a formula to everything. I used to try and explain that to my clients when I was doing music production. I would literally sit my clients down and be like, look, guys, we got to have the conversation right here because there's a lot of disconnect. Are we here today to make money, or are we here today to make art? And oftentimes we'll be like, both. And I'm like, no, 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 no. That's not how it works. The needle starts in the middle at 0. Do you want to play in odd time signatures? It ticks toward art. Do you want to play in like keys that are not popular? The needle ticks towards art. And it ticks away from money. If you want to make money, then that needle needs to tick towards money. Let's play in standard 4/4. Boop, money. Let's play in A minor or C major, which are essentially the same thing. Money. Let's play, let's sing about relationships and things that are universally understood. Money. And you go one way or the other. You can get lucky and be someone who creates art and it happens to catch on and become big, but you can't, if your goal is to make a career in something, you can't have the same goal of being 100% true to your art. And it's not, like I said, it's a needle. It's not one or the other. And some people can make both work. Some people can make both work, but if you're coming from a core place of I'm going to make my art my way, you can't expect to make money, is kind of what I'm getting at. Have you tried doing a diplomacy run where you try to convert every faction that isn't perma-hostile to an ally? I usually, so I have not, usually what I try to do is what Adam does and what Francis does. You piss off all the tribals and you ally everybody who's not a tribal. Look at Killer Moon walking outside for the party. When I was doing my most recent attempt at doing a peaceful run, because you can still lose on peaceful to like environmental stuff, which is insane, and I lost 2 peaceful runs because I did a solo start and got killed by some ambient bullshit. But I set it up so that there were no perma-hostile factions because my goal was to do a diplomacy run. I like trade and economy in games, so boring. Let's just keep the boring festivals going. At this point, I'm just annoyed. Can we just get one pawn that I don't give a shit about that I can send out with textiles? All right, everybody can sleep. Oh, I still have you on default. That's fine. You can eat a sandwich. I'm good with that. Sorry, I completely forgot what we were just talking about because that's what I do. Yeah, don't worry. You'll like it soon enough. All right. Oh, we got a few moments before that party is viable. Let's get Barb butchering again. Because we're going to have to send somebody out. If we got to risk her to go out, we'll send her out. But we got to send somebody out to trade. So we need to get all of this stuff butchered. We need to send her out on a caravan. Or send a new person out on the caravan if we can get somebody. We can do 6 more rituals as soon as we reform, so... All right, let's try to focus down a little bit here and get this done. All right, so we have stuff in the doorway as per usual. We do want to switch to Tunneler. 100% we want to switch to Tunneler, but we also don't want to waste a ritual. Okay, you can eat. We have one that just came off cooldown right now. We kind of need to let Barb sleep. Good job, Bertha. I think we have one more rabbit left to butcher. I'm just going to push everybody super hard. We're going to do this ritual. We're going to reform. We're going to do 6 more rituals. And we're going to hope for a mule that we can send out. We're also going to hope that we don't get raided while we have all of this wealth on map from butchering everything. Because we're trying... Fun. Okay. Fun is not fun enough. Let's reform. We're going to add Tunneler, which feels like a weird add in a non-mountain-based thing. But... confirm. Next. Alright, fungus is preferred. Don't care about small spaces. Don't care about corpses. I don't know why insect meat was set to despised. It should be unloved. I don't know when and where that change happened. Don't care about and we're neutral diversity of thought in case we have creep joins, because we can't quickly convert them at the moment. Skull spikes desired. Slavery acceptable. No rules, no rules. Acceptable. Random marriage name, because I don't give a shit. Unlimited, unlimited. Mining yield high. Free and approved. Very efficient. Very fast. Looking good, looking good. So let's remove the rituals and re-add them so that we can get 6 more. Can't believe we didn't get a single join event. Anytime, random recruit. Anytime, random recruit. Anytime, random recruit. Anytime, random recruit. Anytime, 1 sec, I'll read chat in half a second here. Anytime, random recruit. We gonna switch to Tunneler. Got one on CD. Maybe add another type, not just random recruit. I don't think there's anything else that would be helpful to us. I mean, we could put find ancient complex for more materials, but going off map is just not really reasonable at the moment. Recharge Psi Focus doesn't help us. Goodwill doesn't help us. I mean, Goodwill might help us a little bit, but we're going to get more Goodwill sending 1 trader over. The choices are Psi Focus, Insect Jelly, Goodwill, and Discover Ancient Complex. There's nothing that's good compared. It's the purple faction that we're already neutral with. So, if we send someone over there to do this trade we want to do, that's going to get us plenty of reputation compared to doing what we're doing right now. We could always gift them things too, so I don't think... I mean, it isn't bad, but it isn't good either. I think random recruit is definitely... Considering how old our colonists are, how beat up our colonists are, and the fact that we're cannibals out here, I think we're going to stick with random recruit. I don't mean to shut anybody down, but... I don't see any of the others being super useful. The insect jelly is like not very... The insect jelly in theory, because it's food and recreation, but you're not going to get enough insect jelly to really pull you through anything. If you can only do them once every 15 or 16 days, whatever it is, having insect jelly for like a day is really not going to make a thing. I've attacked stacked into faction rep with rituals, and if you get lucky enough to ally them, you can request traders in the summoner. That is true. We could stack into that, but I really think we need fresh blood in here. I'm almost tempted to be like, if we get a really good pawn who's young, we just send one of our pawns off to their death, because we've got a 66-year-old and two 42-year-olds, so we're going to need to replace our pawns soon, or start age reversing them with chronophagy if we can get there. What precepts can we add? All right, we're gonna do this. And the high-yield mining is going to be useful for us when the meteors fall. The small spaces, they won't care about. I think that'll get rid of our stuck indoors problem. Not 100% sure, but let's give it a shot, right? Geriatric center in the middle. Yeah. All right, let's call that gravy. Fun Party 19. Let's go again, everybody. Wanderer joins. Let's get Barb chopping up those last two. Let's see what we got. Flicker. Delicate sanguine with a social of 6. I think we found a mule, guys. Yep. That is a mule, if I ever saw one. Let's get him in here on work. The Boom Rat plush? There's a Boom Rat plush? That's awesome. He can also help us with our rituals. Right? Oh, there is a snow hare out here. Julie. Whatever. Alright, I'm going to let Flicker put some warm clothes on. He's going to need it. Okay, Barb is doing that. Let's make sure Flicker over here doesn't do anything stupid. We have a cleaning lady and a mule. I had to buy the boomer. Look at the warmer. What are we talking about, Sparta? Party? I guess it's party season, huh? Simple meal has rotted away in storage. Fine. Warmer. We'll see in a second. I want to get these other rituals out of the way first. Because we might have more human leather to send out the door, if you know what I mean. We got to get this on, actually. To quote from Rimworld Discord announcement, oh, and for those who were curious, the Git D means it glows in the dark. Combat supplier is not going to want anything we have, save maybe a couple of sashes. So I'm not going to even look at that. All right. Do we need food before the next one? We need food before the next one. Consume a simple meal. Consume a simple meal. Consume a simple meal. Consume a simple meal. Alright, fine. 2 of you are going to eat without a table. I don't even care at this point. And they love mushrooms. Let's go again, everybody. Do we have any I don't even think we have extra sashes at this point. Johnny, a nimble 11-year-old child. God, I do not want this pawn. Can we sell Johnny? It's fine. Acquaintance, 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 rival. Rival? Disfigured. Physically unsightly. Yeah, Barb's got a flesh tentacle. Let's check what Flicker has as far as cold resistance. Down to negative 12.6. I actually think that'll be fine. Can we get Flicker into something a little bit warmer? I think the sheep wool parka is warmer. 74.9 degrees versus his... Yeah, so I'm gonna need you to drop that. I'm going to need you to wear the awful sheep wool parka because it's better than that one. All right, now your button-down shirt is 6.2. That is 8.4. So let's also bring you in here and swap that out. What have you missed? We reformed our ideology to make ourselves tunnelers so that we like mushrooms. Oh, you're cooking? No. Why, Johnny? Why, Johnny? Okay, the question is, do we banish Johnny? I do have royal research. I have every basic research is done. Every single one of them I believe. We could probably destroy the research bench, right? Yeah, the only thing that's not researched is basic mech tech. So speaking of that, that research bench can go. There's a shirt in there that gives more cold resist. Oh, okay, cool. Not trying to bust your balls, but that would have been helpful before we reformed the ideology because we have a bonus because of button-down shirts. just being ridiculous here. I'm gonna grab a drink of water though. Johnny Two Tones. 35.5. Just remembered. Okay. I think we send Johnny with Flicker. And then when they get back, we either let them die and eat them, or we banish them, or any number of other nonsensical things that we can do. I think we've butchered everything we can butcher. Oh, as your status as a pawn? Yeah, give me a second. Let me sort this caravan out. God, we might as well. I want to smelt these. Okay, we have energy. We can smelt those things down. Normal 50%. You can go. Tainted. Silver. We don't actually need 2 palm. Although, coming back, that's a lot of food. It's a lot of food that they would have to eat. And we don't have food made. I think we gotta kick Johnny. I don't think we need to eat him. I don't think we're that desperate at the moment for food, especially now that we can eat fungus without a mood debuff. But I don't want to feed him for the trip. Because if we look at the trip here, it's a 2.5-day trip. That's 5 meals per person each way. That's 20 meals. So I don't think we can keep Johnny on board here. And I don't want to, I mean, a nimble 11-year-old, if it was any other playthrough, I'd probably keep him and raise him, honestly. He's got a passion for medical. He's only 11. Well, 13 is aged up, right? The mountain positions are unfortunate, Novux. We had to make concessions. We regenerated the world multiple times with different seeds to try and make things work, but for a 3rd dragon fight for my solo world. Hell yeah, Killer. Killer, your pawn. Optimus, Jogger, Cannibal. Very low expectations, fun party, cooked cannibalism, got some love in, recreation satisfied, opinion of your fiancé, human leather button down, optimist, spacious interior, comfortable, defeated mech cluster, wearing button down shirt, fluid style surroundings. Your biggest debuff is that Tom died, and in 5.5 days you'll be over that. You're hungry, so we're going to get you a meal here in a second. But yeah, guys, do we kill and eat Johnny, or do we get rid of him? We don't need to eat Johnny. We're going to banish Johnny. There's going to be a mood debuff for it, but I don't care. Let's just make sure Johnny doesn't have anything on him. See you later, Johnny. Nah, I think the mood debuff from killing him is a lot more than banishing. I think we get like a -3 for banish and a -7 or something for killing him. I'm just gonna send him on his way. -3. See you later, Johnny. Yeah, no, everybody's upset. I understand. I do understand. What I need to do is have Barb cook food because we need food. We're gonna get this up to a 12. Stretch and posture check. Excellent. Let's get that done. Oh, hi, kitty. Oh. And a hydrate, right? Okay. All right, let me grab some liquid here. And we could totally start getting some stuff done here. All right, you do whatever you want, Barb. How's Flicker doing as far as needs? He needs food, but he can eat on the way. So let's send Flicker out here. Now, in an ideal situation, we would convert all of these textiles into more valuable things, but at the moment, we just want this stuff the hell off our map. You know, I don't know. Sell that off. Remember in AAC Ice, Pelican kept getting banished and came back in a raid? Oh, man. Normal 74%. We'll send that off. Actually, no. I remember we needed sashes from last time, so... with that amount of stuff there, we've got some extra parkas. They're not amazing. Why are you... Did you take off the sheep wool parka? I'm going to have him add it to the caravan, and I'll manually put it on him once he leaves the map. We'll smelt down the garbage weapons. Because we can turn the smelter on now. That's all the textiles, which is basically what we need them to take. Let's go in here. You can take the bedroll. We're not going to send any meat with you. That's 8 meals to get there. That's more than enough, right? It was 2.5 days. Let's send him with 7 meals. Is there anything else we can get off of our map as far as wealth that we can convert? We don't need the... Well, 5 bioferret is still a wall. Not an amazing wall, but it is a wall. This 4 wood, I swear this 4 wood is just not doing us any favors, but it's like, you don't want to sell it. You're like, wood is such a rare resource on sea ice. I think that's about all we can sort out, right? Yep. Let's send it. I swear this message comes up no matter how much food. You could give him, like, you could load him down with 35 kilos of food and you still get to get hungry quickly. 4 wood, Blue. We have 4 wood. Not even enough for a wall segment. But, I mean, if we sell it, it's not worth much either. It is just sitting there rotting outside, though. I'm going to sell the 4 wood. I'm going to sell the 4 wood. I know I sound insane, but I'm going to sell the 4 wood. Unless it... No, it dramatically changes our travel speed. So, okay. No, never mind. 2.7 days. Could always make fence posts. You are correct, sir. Okay, let's send it. Yep. How much wood would a woodchuck wood if a woodchuck could chuck wood? All of it. The answer is all of it. Oh my god, my new favorite song is playing in the background here. That normal revolver. I think we're past needing the normal revolver, so I'm gonna let her melt. I'm gonna let her smelt it down. Good old tongue twister. Yeah, absolutely. Alright, let's take a look at everybody's food requirements here. Let's have you consume a simple meal and then go back to refining at the smelter. You're good on food. You're good on food. Yeah, Barb is going to be on a major break risk for an eternity. Yeah, I don't even care. Exotic goods trader. They're not going to buy anything we have. Flicker, let's put you on everything for a hot second. You're good. Go sleep, Barb. Alright, what research do we have to get done while we have the power to do it? Transport pods. Oh, multi-analyzer. Right, because we want to get to fabrication in theory. If we had another pawn who could snip a couple organs out. Yeah. Yeah, if we could get some organs to trade... If we could have gotten some organs... Oh, we probably should have taken the kids' organs. Ah, too late now. Not much of anything other than space. I think we got to expand the base before we get the mineral scanner. Have we smelted everything? All right, let's get the machining table in place. Yeah, it has to be outside. Putting it out here becomes a risk because our raiders come through the walls. What I usually like to do is make like an indoor-outdoor type of thing, where like we have a room and the tiles above the scanners and the mortars are just removed. But not a reasonable thing to do at the moment. Barb cell, redeem, stretch. How are you doing? Doing good. Stretch, posture check, hydrate. Coming on in. Okay. Okay. All right. Water. Water everywhere, so let's all have a drink. At the moment, we're shredding mechanoids on the bench is what we're doing. Because we wanted to get all this steel. 254 steel. The most rich we've ever been in steel. That'll happen sometimes. I'm tired most every day. But guys, let me do a real quick restroom break. We've got Flicker out on a caravan. What we'll do is we'll hold off on building or crafting anything until we see what Flicker can get. If they can pick up some good weapons, we'll focus on expansion. If they can't pick up weapons, we'll get building materials and we'll make weapons. You know, kind of like, well, let's see what we can do with this trade, and that'll dictate what we do with our with this stuff. But I do need to handle the old liquid in, liquid out paradigm, and I posted the links to Bobby's music because he does the music for my channel, so if you enjoy it, please go show him some love. I'll see everybody back here in a few minutes. Get up, stretch, grab yourself a drink, and I'll be right back. right, everybody, we are back in action on the Rim in the North Pole. Let's look at our wealth. With all of that stuff off map, we're down to 24,000 wealth, so I'm pretty happy about that. Even with smelting everything down and getting ourselves some more steel, we're still at a much better position with our wealth than we were. So let's take a look at what we got going on. We've also gotten into Tunneler, so I think 8 Cooked Fungus is a +3 mood buff. Disturbed Sleep, Boring Party, Outdoors, -3. You know, I think this might become an issue later on with the Outdoors thing, because they do wind up having to go outside to do stuff, but all in all, I think we're stuck indoors more than we need to go outdoors. So I think we're going to have a net positive situation. We're going to get a mood debuff of -3 for 5 days because we banished the kid. The terrible party thing, another 5 days. Mediocre barracks. I'd really like to improve that. My biggest issue with expanding the barracks is that I really don't want to make steel walls, but that's kind of all we have to build with here. Our no wayfinder role, by the way, Cultus is the... what did you miss? You missed me going to the bathroom, Sparta. You're good. You're caught up. We're just kind of going over our debuffs while we've got Flicker out on the road here. We've only got 4.7 days left on the My Friend Tom Died. What about My Fiance Died? 15 days on the My Fiance Died, and Julie really isn't feeling too bad. Steadfast, great memory. Well, Steadfast is what's keeping her going. That and the fact that she keeps getting lovin', so she's pretty happy. I think I might... What we said before I went to the restroom was we need to see what this trade brings us, realistically. Because we got to see what we need to do with the resources. If there's good weapons or armor or anything, then we use these resources to expand the base a little bit. If there's not good weapons or armor, but we can get some building material or, you know, something, whatever, we'll use this to make weapons and armor or armor. We do really need to improve the barracks here, so... we just got rid of that simple research bench because we no longer need it, which does get us back a little bit of room here, which is fantastic. Also got us a little bit of steel back, so we are up to 266 steel. That's a good amount of steel to make a few moves. Grab an advanced component for the scanner if you can. I have one already. So my apprehension about building the scanner. We need to build the scanner. We need to have the drill. We need to be able to scan something close enough to actually make use of it. All of that is not even the worst. All of that is doable in theory. Biggest problem, no matter where we put the scanner and the drill, I can almost guarantee you it's going to get destroyed. If we put the scanner outside here, we tend to have people come through these walls. And if they go and smash the scanner... that's an absolute waste of resources. No matter where we scan thing, even if we can afford, even if we scan something right here, and we have enough steel to get the power out to here, that drill's getting destroyed. And we don't have a fabrication bench up yet to make more components. So I agree that the scanner is a very high priority in our world. I just don't think we can prioritize it. Why is it too bright? What's giving off light that's making this not possible? Why is it too bright over here? Why is it too bright? Sure, the drill is out there, but you could always make a small and more room. Possibly. Right now I'm trying to figure out why it's too goddamn bright over here. It shouldn't be too bright. We've been growing in these things for a while. The only thing that's changed is I broke this research bench. The lights are off. The heaters have been here the whole time, so they shouldn't be providing too much light. Reload? You know what? I think I might do that. Too bright. We've been growing in those things, though. I mean, it's got to be the heaters, but we've been growing in these with the heaters in that position. I can't see how deleting this research bench means that the heaters are producing enough light to stop this from growing. But if that is what it is, we could move stuff around a little bit here. Let's reinstall this. Let's say... Let's reinstall that over there. Killer's not good at building. Oh, no. Too bright. Oh, you mean like it's too bright from her position? Maybe. Let's do that. Where is Flicker? Good job, Flicker. No. Okay, so let's try to reinstall these just a tile back here. I don't understand. I don't understand. What if we move that there? Yep. That's amazing. And it's still too bright. So something about the way we had the furniture organized made it too light. Okay. Let's say we reinstall the table here. That is so weird. Oh my God, how do we deal with this? Machining table? Oh, it does produce light. Thank you, thank you. Gotcha. Well, now I kind of feel dumb for moving stuff. But hey. It is what it is, right? They're still upset about darkness. This whole thing is absolute nonsense. We might eventually end up switching out of Tunneler, but I think power requirement-wise, we're better off dealing with the darkness debuff as opposed to, you know what, before you do that, let's get this stuff sewn. In fact, I'm going to change the priorities on that. I think we need her to grow first. Then cook. I really don't need anybody on handling. I'm going to turn that off. I want you to grow. I want you to clean. Then I want you to cook, build, and craft. Although, you know what? Let's not even have you craft. Killer can do all of the crafting. Okay, we're getting a little bit more organized here. Oh, and she's actually going to plant the daylilies, which might give us a little bit of beauty. 2 points of impressiveness. Cleaning gets us up to 40. Now it's a little dirty again, down to 39. I would... Let's move on. That made me so nervous. I was like, wait, please, please don't get jumped. Now, as far as our nonsense out here goes, I should have brought in that barrel. I mean, I'm gonna bring in the barrel now, but I mean before we trade, I should have brought in that barrel. We do need a mining slave. I mean, not like a legitimate slave, but we need somebody to come in and force them to mine. Are you any good at mining? A 1 in mining. God, it's almost worth keeping Flicker just because they're sanguine and we could make them into a moral leader. But not quite. Alright, summer is where we get research done. We would need a multi-analyzer to get into fabrication, so we're not there yet. I think transport pods. Turret packs can be useful, but we don't have the resources for that. Multi-barrel weapons I don't care about, because we're going to go assault rifles, not miniguns. The autocannon turrets I don't care about. Shields would be great if we needed to make them, but we don't have... It's not... This is like not like... It's more likely we're going to use transport pods before shields. Growth vats, we're not having kids. Hospital beds, materials are not reasonable. We don't need moisture pumps. I'm not sending someone out on a mining expedition out in the world. Televisions we could buy if we need to. Biosculpting, we're not, as much as I'd love to fix our people, we can't afford to put one down, nor can we afford the resources or power for it. Gene processing I like, but I think as far as utility goes, I mean, we can't afford the resources for most of this. So I think we research the transport pods next, then we research gene processing, and then after that, researching really just comes down to giving Killer extra mood because they have a passion for the work, and we might as well knock it out while we've got the power to do it, and we've got nothing else to do. That being said, does anybody need food right this second? Julie and Killer both need food, so let's get you some food. Let's get you some food. Yeah, I think the fungus... I think the bonus we're getting from the fungus offsets the debuff from the darkness. I know fungus can't even grow with dark light because we tried that. We might need to do some cheeky things as far as, like, making sure the fungus stays in the dark. When we get more power available to us, we may switch over to rice eventually. And then switch out of tunneler. There's going to be a lot of switching back and forth on this playthrough as far as ideology goes. And what our priorities are. We really do, like, the fluid ideology really does kind of fit this playthrough, because all in all, we've got to really kind of roll with the punches on this one. All right, what else did I say I wanted to haul in? The barrel and these extra guns so we can smelt them down. So auto pistol and machine pistol. Let's just... Auto pistol, machine pistol. Again, we're going to send out Julie. Julie is doing a lot of work in this colony. And then as far as the barrel goes, we'll put that over here. And then let's double check the map, make sure I didn't miss anything. Obviously, like I said, we've got to get somebody to mine all that junk out. There's this thing up here. We could deconstruct that. Does Julie have... No, Julie's a shooting specialist, so she can't do any building. I don't want to send Barb out there because she's slow. Killer is terrible at construction, literally a 0. Maybe, just maybe, we give Barb the jump pack and send her out to deconstruct that thing. Barb is fully healed, which is excellent. You can come out and snag that. What I think we're going to do is we're going to uninstall this bench. And then we're going to install the smelter here so that we can smelt down these 2 guns. When you wake up, please consume a simple meal, because by then your food is going to be problematic. Let's do that first. Auto pistol and machine pistol. Okay. I'm honestly a little surprised we haven't mood spiraled to death. That was the title of the stream, right? Mood spiral incoming. So... When you wake up, consume a meal. Let's check on the mule. A little over halfway there. He's on the road, so he's moving a little faster at the moment. Did we ever give Barb back her thing? No, we did not. Let's get you, your masterwork nerve spiker. Julie's got the bolty. Killer has got the charge rifle. I'd love to pick up some better weapons. I mean, a masterwork nerve spiker is great for squishy enemies, but as far as mechs are concerned, not so much. The charge rifle's been putting in work. The bolty that Julie has been putting in a lot of work. So, basically, we just got to be opportunistic. What the hell was that? Okay, fantastic. Whatever it is, it is. Flash storm, maybe? Dry thunderstorms. Gotcha. And our mule is on his way. Alright, I'm gonna drink some lemonade. Do a little knuckle cracking here. Now that tailoring bench. I mean, it's not like we need that tailoring bench 100%, but it's also not like we don't need the tailoring bench. We've got tattered apparel on Barb. What is broken on you? The tribal wear that we got her, and the human leather sash, which has how much cold protection? 2.4. I bet you this sash over here is more or less the same thing. .2. Yeah, let's at least get you the new sash. We should keep an eye out on this trade. I mean, we've got a lot of things we're looking for, right? But we should also keep an eye out. Barb could really use some better clothing as well. With any luck, we'll have a Thrumbo come along soon enough, and we could start making some clothing out of him. Barb's not getting the button-down bonus because she's wearing a Thrumbo full fur tribal wear, and it is officially at 50%, so, you know, that's problematic. Because it is the best insulation thing we have for her. Because, like, if we take a look at that, right? We look at her gear, we look at the dealie here. 33.7 from the cold. So let's say we were to put her into this shirt over here. 6.2. And we don't even have a pair of pants for her, so not the easiest thing in the world to fix. Let's clean the barracks up. How are we doing? Minor pain, so yeah, that's just gonna be her life. She is just so unhappy about everything. Julie, 3 days on friend, 13 days on fiance. Fur tribal wear is amazing. You're absolutely right. I mean, Killer's the happiest person because we're more or less eating cannibal stuff pretty consistently. And so him being a cannibal, plus the human leather button-down shirt and the whole got some lovin' thing, Killer's the easiest person to manage mood for in this entire colony. So if only everybody was like Killer. I'd like that gunshot wound to go. I wonder why. Yeah. There I go killing again. Crumbopulous Michael from Rick and Morty. 291 steel. Mule is almost at location. Get you a meal. Killer's next up on the meal train. Flicker should be getting there any second. Last leg has got some mountains, so it's a little slower going. Took a nap right before you got there. Fair enough, buddy. Fair enough. I didn't realize I was holding shift. I legitimately thought I was just clicking, so yay. Barb's getting hungry. I mean, the thing is, with all of that meat that came in, we're still not amazing on food. We've got 400 pemmican. I think we did the math, and it's about 16 or 18 pemmican per meal. So it's about 3 meals of pemmican, 3 and a little touch per pile. So a day and a half per colonist. So that's a day and a half for 3 like, we really don't have a lot of food still. It's nice that we have the mushrooms coming in here, but we're definitely going to have to eat Flicker when he gets home. Turn the meat into pemmican with shrimp. We did. All of the meat that we could make into pemmican is made into pemmican, Sparta. We have it queued up to do forever. We're just down to only 2 shrooms, and you need a little bit more than that to make a batch of pemmican, so... Oh, wait. This guy's probably starving to death. He is. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Honorable feast. Yeah, we will feast in your honor. Caravan arrived. Let's see what we got. You didn't recognize the shanty? The shanty. I did not. I'm a little not caught up here. $900 is a good budget. We can't support a horse. Man, they have a bunch of absolute dog shit here. Turret pack wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Wow. Just absolutely fucking wow. I don't know if I've ever gone to a place and had them have this much of a worthless situation. I think our best thing to grab is a turret pack because it steals aggro. Mind numb serums are good, but let's see if we can get something a little bit more useful. I'm tempted to just buy more meat. We did. We switched over. We've got a couple... We traded a few buffs for debuffs and vice versa. Blue, I agree with that, but we're not... Hold on. We're not even really using the components we have. We have 19 components. We don't have enough to really justify ABC at this point. In a normal playthrough, 100% agreed, but staying alive, you got to be alive to use the components to build shit, right? Telescope wouldn't be bad. Yeah, okay. So let's get the turret pack. This guy's going to need to be alive, right? So we need to actually get him some meals. He's not going to be happy about nutrient-paced meals, but we're going to need to get him, like, what? Like 7 of these? Maybe, let's say 7. 1 wood. I'm sure we could. What are you thinking, Blue? Here's the lyrics to Shanty. You could make a holy wooden wall, right? I don't think we're gonna do that. What we could do is maybe bring back some hyperweave to make Barb some clothing. Okay, so our consideration here is, do we bring meat to cook? (46.8 degrees) insulation. Hyperweave and synth thread are the best materials in the game for pretty much everything. Alright, what does a pair of... God, I keep going out of this menu. What does a pair of pants cost on a table? I know a parka is 80, but we already, you know, if we can get her... There's 102 hyperweave available. How much could we get? How much of this could we get? If we went fully into hyperweave, we'd be able to get like about 50. That's a big buy though. 40 fabric. So we could 40. All right, let's reset this again. You're not wrong. We could get her sheep wool pants. That's probably pretty good, right? Only 9.4 from the cold. Alright, let's say we were... At the same time, that means we won't be able to... she doesn't have a button down that she can wear, but... If we buy her sheep wool pants... I'm going to want to... Sparta, can you do a quick check on what it would cost to make a button down for materials? I want to say it's also like 40, but I might be mistaken. It might be like 40, somewhere between 45 and 60. Because if we can make her a button down and get these sheep wool pants, 80. That's a lot of resources. 45 for a button down. All right, let's say 80s for a parka, yeah. Let's say we were to get the pants, and we were to get 45 hyperweave. That would be all we could do with this trade. Oh, and I wouldn't be able to buy him food to come back. All right, that's not a realistic thing to do. Barb is going to have to deal with having tattered apparel until we get some other means to do it. Like I said, we got to get this guy some meals for the return trip. We're investing a bit of money. Yeah, I think the mind numb and some food might be the way to go. How many mind numbs do we want to pick up? Oh, that's void sight. Sorry, that's void sight. We've got 3 colonists. Maybe we get 3 mind numb. Yeah. Same thought process, Blue. We are still not doing amazing on food, so I'm tempted to buy meat. Yeah. And if one person goes really bad, 3 mind numbs is like 6 days of mood. I'm concerned about food, Sparta. We're not guaranteed any on-map stuff. We took out that tribal village. I think there might be an ancient complex. Right, Blue? I think we might have to buy food. Will he get home before it spoils becomes the question. I always thought that meat didn't spoil on the road, but I'm not 100% sure on that. If he takes 3 days to get home... Yeah, I think we got to try and get food. Yeah, I think it's cold enough that he should be able to get home with it. We're going to buy it in multiples of 10. That leaves us with 20 bucks. Seven steel? Doubting my knowledge. Hold on. All right. We'll take a hot second. I'm going to grab a sip of water here. Guys, stay hydrated. It's one of the hardest things for me to do in my life, so if it's hard for you, cheers. Let's get it. Let's get the water in there. Okay, so 3 Mind Numb serums, some steel, a turret pack, some food, and enough, some meat to cook when we get home, and enough food for him to get home himself. Yeah. I think we got to try and do it though. I think we'll get enough temperature dip that we should be able to get it home. We're just going to have to cook it pretty much as soon as we get it home. It is risky though, right? Because it's a 3-day trip. How long does meat take to spoil? Isn't it like... Huh. Yeah, same thing, Blue. I don't know why I thought it would remain either. For a long time, I was like, meat doesn't spoil on caravans. But maybe it's just because I got so used to drop podding in that it's like, yeah, of course we're going to sell the meat, because you can drop pod there in seconds and then just sell it all. Yeah, okay. So if we can't get that back there, then that's not a good call. The only other option is to bring our food back as animals. But they will feed the animals the nutrient paste, and there's no way for us to stop them from doing that. Jesus, some of the hardest decisions I've ever made in my life here. Funny thing is he's got a, I think he has a cochlear implant, so he's like, I gotta laugh that there's one for sale, since this guy already has hearing problems. Yeah, I mean, in theory, we could bring back some silver. We could theoretically bring back some silver and hold out for better trades. That is true. We could always donate stuff for rep. Yeah, I think construction materials might be the way to go. I think we should just pick up some steel. Because we can make things now. Killer's a pretty good crafter, and we've got a machining bench. So if we need to, we can make better guns. Bring back art. Ooh. That's an interesting thought. Yeah, the space restriction and the fact that it would also be wealth that we have on map that's not tactical. I'm tempted to pick up a little gold for a multi-analyzer, but I don't know that we're actually there yet. Could also try... Oh, yeah, the turret pack actually... I forgot to click the turret pack to buy it, so we got a lot less money than I thought, actually. You don't get a lot of materials for breaking the statues back down. I think we might be better off just buying as much steel as we can carry. How much steel can we carry? Let's ask that question of ourselves. Bring back 31 steel. Yeah, it might be worth bringing back the steel sculpture then. I don't think... Well, that's the thing. I think a small sculpture is 50 material. And then if we break it down, we don't get all of that back. We don't... And so, like, we'd be able to buy one small steel sculpture. We might want to grab the synthread toque. I mean, that's a significant amount of cold insulation, and people are gonna... I might just bring clothing. It's 158 bucks. That toque is going to be way better than anything we can make on our own. Can't afford to get the pants as well. I think maybe we grab the toque, because it's a good synthread toque, and we're going to need cold protection. We get the 3 mind numbs, the turret pack, get him the food for the trip home, and then maybe snag the rest as steel. I kind of like that as the trade. Yeah, we might want to do... Well, the problem with the cloth at home is we have to turn on that lamp, and even when we have full power, it's not the greatest thing. I think this is a good trade, though. I think this really just kind of hits the points that we need to hit. We could always stitch our mule's leather into something if we need to, theoretically. Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. Yeah, that's not... we get more steel just carrying it in our pockets than doing that then. Alright, let's call this good. We'll come home with a couple of shekels in our pocket. Just don't let me forget to micromanage his food, because I have him set on nothing at the moment. Alright, and I was saying we wanted to get a few other things done on map, right? We hauled in everything we needed from over where the mech cluster is. Tom's old clothes are just sitting out there deteriorating. That's fine. I don't want to send anybody out to mine. We could theoretically send Barb out here with the jump pack, right? I want to do this real quick. I want to install the machining table and see what we can sort out. Because we didn't get any guns. And I want to see, like, I think an assault rifle is 7 components and 60 steel. It might be worth to get an assault rifle. It also... Well, we don't have any cloth for flak, but I was going to say it might be worth to get flak. After this rounds of shrooms, we should get some cloth, and let me explain why. Aside from clothing, from the clothing we might need, chunks are always good, yeah. 30 cloth for the flak. How far along are these mushrooms? 23%. Yeah, I'm starting to think you might be right. We might want to do a round of cloth so we can make flak chests for everybody. It's only going to be 1.8 degree of insulation, but I think that's not much less than the... Yeah, it's not much less than the sashes. Okay, let's uninstall this for now. And I think you're right. We let this current round of mushrooms go. We cook it up with flicker meat and... Because the Masterwork Nerve Spiker, the bolt action, and the charge rifle have been doing a lot of good work. Plus, we have the Masterwork recurve that we got a while back. All in all, as far as... And then we've got the incinerator as well. We could actually use that to set people on fire. If we get an all-melee raid coming in of Itakines or something like that, set them all on fire. They run around like idiots. You know what I mean? So... We've got some options. Plus, we kept the Slate Club in case we need somebody to melee block. We've got a second Nerve Spiker if we want to go down the like major stun route on organics. The assault rifles are definitely something I want to get into soon enough, but I think flak chests are probably a better bet for us. Incinerator, you sat? Are you talking about it sitting on the chair? The flak and the AR. Yeah, I think the flak and the AR are probably good. A good combination of things. And let's not get too ahead of ourselves, right? Our guy has to get combed. The crops have to come in. I've been bestowed with kind words. What a nice person. Is that Killer? No, I think it's Barb. Alright, let's research gene processors next. We don't need it, but it'll keep Killer happy because he likes researching. I know you keep going back to the tox generator, but my response is going to be the same. I don't want to put down a tox generator or a deep drill until we can reliably deal with insects. Because you're going to get insects. And insects can easily be an ender for our colony with 3 people in their 40s to 60s. You know what I mean? So... I'd prefer not to go into... And a tox generator has the same issue that we have with all of the stuff that's out back here, is that it's open for raiders to come in and smash up. I'm seriously... Like, I think one of the best things we could do is probably expand the base so we can put down more hydroponics basins. Yeah. I like the idea of getting our people into flak, but also, like, let's say we go with our 15 by 15 plan, right? That would be here. That would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So 70, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Be 145, and if we did corners, 155 of the 291 steel. That would still leave us enough to put down another basin. Yeah. I'm tempted to do that. He's bringing home a little bit more steel. He's bringing home Mind Numb Serum. That would make the barracks a lot bigger. It would give us the opportunity to put down more hydroponics. which is more food. I think that might have to be what we do. How much are doors again? Would another bat keep some charge from high sun days for rest? The problem with the sun, Aya, is that it's going to be pegged at 100% for most of the summer, and then in winter it's going to be 0. So the battery isn't. We went over this last time, I think, with Sparta talking about it, and I think or was it Blue? One Sparta or Blue did the math and went to the wiki, and basically like it's getting the power in fast enough. So that's why we went with the second solar generator. In theory, we could go with a third solar generator, but in the winter, no matter what, we're not going to have the capacity to do things. What does a door have? A door is 25. I would like to have another 2 doors, or maybe and you know what? Maybe just one more door down here. That way we have a third door to juggle. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. There is a lot going on. Yeah, my only issue, again, with the Tox Gen is the RNG of the insects. Cloth door internally. I think we're big into the wind gods more than the solar gods. Solar, we're basically good in the summer, fucked in the winter. The wind is where we start losing power. We have nothing to trade, so I'm going to kick these off right now. Oh, wait. Remember when I said don't let me forget about this guy? I mean, it's not you guys' responsibility, but I forgot about him. Mule meal. I think we do need to expand the room. Without expanding the room, we're totally fucked. Shield belt. Now that's a thought process. We don't have shields researched yet, but we could research shields and get a shield belt. No, you bring up a good point there. Oh, we can't actually check what it costs because, right. Shield belt could help with kiting, although we don't have anybody that's super fast. Incinerators are unique in that they can be fired while wearing a shield belt. This applies to both fire modes. This has been confirmed as intended. Ooh. Killer, my bud. Let's switch gears and go into shields here. 2 components, 50 steel, 20 plasteel. But still, let's get that done. Damn. What I'm thinking is this wall is made out of plasteel, and other than this section here, we're going to be deconstructing it. I don't think that'll get us to 40, though, because we'll get 2 or 3 back per. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Plus that is 18. We might be able to knock it out. Ship chunks? Ship chunks don't provide plasteel. If we deconstruct a couple of wall segments, we might actually be able to pull it out. Plasteel, we do. We do have plasteel up here. It is obscene to mine, but we do have plasteel. Okay. Alright, I think we gotta expand the base. Right. We expand the base. We get ourselves a shield belt, somehow or another. We eat our mule, and then we see where we're at. Does that sound like a reasonable thing? Expansion, shield belt, food. I don't particularly want to make steel walls, but I don't think we have any options at this point. Even if we chopped up that sandstone up there, that's not going to be a lot of sandstone. Alright. It's not within work zone. Like I said, I do want to have a third door for options. So, steel door there. And yeah, I think we just gotta commit to something here. I'm gonna build without corners first, because if they botch anything, we need that to be a thing. We can build that last. No, let's get you building first this time around. Heat. You're right, heat can be an issue. We might have to build another heater. We got to make some sort of move here, guys. Let's just make a move. Like, I'm at the point where it's like, if we have to choke ourselves to not making any progress at all, any stream, I almost feel like we might as well go and do something else. We'll start by deconstructing maybe one door segment, and if we have to, or one wall segment, if we have to, we'll put a door in there. But we got to try to do something here. Like, we're just getting to that point where it's like, if we don't do something, we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs. We might as well do a different playthrough. You know what I mean? Fortune favors the bold and all that nonsense. That guy needs a meal, but not right this second. Julie could use a meal. Yeah, we might do a door until the heat is sorted, as I had just said. Although, a door, that'll cost us resources. It's all 6 of one, half a dozen of the other with this game, right? What we should do to transition is build a heater out here and let this room warm up a bit. And then, once it's warmed up a bit, actually, let's not. Hold on. Ignore for now. Because otherwise they'll start building the roof before they do the other stuff. The flap thing is basically a door that animals can go in and out. I'm not sure if it provides more or less insulation than an average door, but like I said, we got to try doing something here, guys. Like, if we don't make some sort of progress, I'm just going to start a new playthrough, is what it comes down to. Like, there's a thing we say about the color white in Magic the Gathering, is white is good at not dying, but not dying is not winning. I know we do have to stay alive to win, but at the end of the day, if all you do is continually, like, if all you do is just stay alive and stay alive and stay alive, but make no progress, is that really fun for any of us? Yeah, exactly. We need to take a risk at one point or another. There is no like guaranteed way to get through this. It's just there's no safe way to do it. At one point or another, you have to take a risk. So we're going to take a risk. Nauseum, welcome on in. We'll do a quick shout out for Nauseum over here. How you doing today? How's the old health treating you? Guys, go check out Nauseum. We met, I think we met doing Mist as well. That's where we met Aya and Nauseum. And they have continued to come back and show support and just be awesome people. So even though I wasn't thrilled with the way Mist 4 went, the first 3 were pretty awesome and we got some good friends out of it. So all in all, a great decision to get into that game. When liver cancer hits, living is what it is. Yeah, I went through all of that with my stomach problems as well. The whole thing was you have to put health first, and I agree with that. One of the things that like bugged me dealing with my doctors and everybody is they were like, you have to put your health first. You have to put your health first. I'm like, yeah, but if I don't do anything else, then we're going to wind up in a situation where when my health is fixed, I'll be living in a gutter on the streets. So, you know, they're kind of, a lot of that stuff is kind of interdependent. You know, if we're using life as an analogy for things, you know, yeah, health comes first, but if you're not living in a situation where you can prioritize your health because, you know, you're homeless or something like that, that means that neither one keep happening. Keeping your meat suit running is a full-time job. It is. But it's not like it's one or the other. You have to do all of it. And that's the same thing we're running into in this playthrough since we're making the comparison. We have to do everything. Yes, we have to be aware of food. Yes, we have to be aware of heat and energy, but we have to be aware of expansion and all of that as well. So all in all, we have to keep up with all of it. No wonder the Warhammer 40k joke is so relatable. I've been lucky. The staff at my hospital has been good. Yes, when you find a good hospital and good doctors, it's a really big thing when you're going through health problems. There goes your internet. You still need to maintain the tools to keep the meat suit running. Yeah, I think that's what I was talking about before you popped that up, right? Okay, so this room in here is 49 degrees Fahrenheit without anything going on. It's 70 degrees Fahrenheit in here. Let's knock out this wall. Wait, hold on. Let me double check something. Nutrifungus. Where's the minimum heat on this? 32. This is 49. Let's knock out a wall and see what happens. And while they're doing that, I want to take a look out here. We do have 2 ancient complexes nearby. If we absolutely have to, before summer ends, we could send out our whole team to go do some work out there. Oh, hold on. I didn't even read that quote. How far up is it? Go directly in 40k. It's as follows. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright, so we're 69 here. We're 51 here. We break that out. We're averaging 60. Right, because Sight Stealers is what we need right now. Couldn't have waited 1.8 days. The mule is 1.8 days away from home, is where it is. Distant shriek means there's a group of them. Okay. Let's not rush into this. We're not playing no pause, so let's consider our options here. Right. Let's consider our options. Kind, great memory, steadfast, bisexual, optimist, jogger, cannibal. Okay, so... Alright, hear me out here. Let me know what you guys' input is. Flicker's on his way home. We intended to get rid of Flicker anyway, right? What if we just let Flicker walk on map and use him as bait? We get him on map, we tell him to go straight for the base, and give it a few seconds for them to aggro to him, and then bring our colonists outside with Incinerator and whatever. Right, it would show us how many there were at the very least. What do you guys think? The other option is to give one of our colonists a club and put them in the doorway, and then give somebody else an incinerator and try to burn them. Or guns and shoot them, etc. And if we do that, then we have to make the decision on who does that. They are extremely weak to fire when you're not playing. Yeah, you and Emily are both more or less chaos goblins. All right. Either way, let's give it a second. If all pawns die on the map just poofs, so just don't send Flicker solo. Otherwise, you'll need to get it done as soon as they get back if you plan on sending the whole squad. Might get raided, though, so... Oh, you're talking about the Ancient Complex, or are we talking about the Sight Stealers? Everything else went out the window as soon as we heard the Sight Stealer shriek. Either, yeah. We don't have anomaly research, right? No, anomaly research is not up and running yet. We just do not have the capacity for creating a containment room. I think regardless of how we want to deal with it, whether it's melee blocking or baiting them with Flicker, I think either way we have to bait them with Flicker. Because there's just no... Yeah. So here's my rationale, right? Flicker's gonna die anyway. It would be nice to not have his clothes get tainted, but, you know, minimal loss. If he comes on the map and there's not a lot of them, we might be able to use him to kite them a little bit while everybody else gets into a position we can do some damage. Also, we'll be able to see how many there are. So if we do want to melee block at one of our doors, we'll at least know what's coming at us, and we'll know what our situation is. So I can hear them. They're right outside. So make sure to give Flicker the worst gear you've collected. I think we could literally strip him naked, right? We could just strip him naked. Could also give him the turret pack and have him chuck the turret pack for a distraction. Because they'll go for the turret pack. But I don't know. That's true. That's true. I mean, it's what he's wearing, and that's it. I mean, he's got that synthread toque. I would rather the sheep wool parka not get destroyed, because we're going to need that for trades. I might take... Yeah, I'll probably take... Okay, hang on a second. Temperature outside right now is 45 degrees Fahrenheit. I could bring him real close. As soon as he's almost about to get on the tile, I could strip him naked. Have him run interference. When he dies, because we're planning on him dying, we can go out and grab his stuff after we've dealt with the sight stealers. Because he's not going to freeze in 43F. He's going to be cold. He's gonna be shivering, but I don't think he'll outright die. You think make the AR before he comes back? I don't know. I feel like incinerator, bolt action, and charge rifle might be just fine as far as they're concerned. I mean, because who would we give the AR to? Like, well, maybe instead of the bolty, but then the accuracy is a problem. See, that's the thing, is I'm not 100% on the AR, because that 126 steel, that's another basin. That's another hydroponics basin right there. And I like the idea of the shield belt. It might be. Killer's our best crafter at an 8 with a single passion. I don't think we're going to get... We can't rely on masterwork. I think we could reliably say that we're probably going to get good. I don't know that we'll even get excellent, but masterwork is a real stretch of the imagination on that one. Yeah, not without an inspiration. That's what I wanted to wait for the gun, was for Killer to get an inspiration, and then have him make the AR, realistically. It's not a great situation, no matter how you slice this. Excellent at best. Yeah, excellent at best. Excellent's not bad, but I mean, there's still a chance that it comes out poor or something like that, you know? Wealth that can defend itself. True. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely what Adam says. I like to say it's slightly different. I like to say let's trade general wealth for tactical wealth, but you know, same thing, right? I feel like they're right over here. It's all 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, though, right? Room is warming up nicely, but take into account it's summer and outdoors is 26 degrees F. So we're at 70 degrees F inside, but it's 26 outside. So it's not a stretch of the imagination that we'd be able to heat it up during the summer. The problem is going to be that when we go into the fall and winter, this outside temperature is going to drop down to like, what did we see last winter? Coldest it gets down to without a cold snap is around like negative 40. So 2 heaters, we're probably going to have to install another heater one way or another. Now, the cool thing about our current setup is that if we had problems with light with the mushrooms, we could legitimately put the heaters on the other side of our already existing wall. Or like, let's say we built more here in these lines, we could put we could leave this wall segment and like, you know, this wall segment and put the heaters on the outside of the walls. So we could probably use this middle wall section. I don't know that we want to delete this because we don't even need the sun lamp to make the mushrooms grow. The idea was to move the sun lamp here eventually. So, but we can still build around it a little bit. You'll need 3 heaters in winter for an 11 by 11 interior room, as long as you don't constantly go in and out of the room. And even then, it gets scary cold at the yeah. And this is a 15 room. We went a little bigger just so that we can... All right. On the plus side, we're up to a decent barracks. And I think that comes from the fact that we're very spacious now. We will need support pillars, yes. At the very least, we'll need like a central pillar just right there. Like, if we leave that tile, we should be good. Where is Flicker at? Flicker's taking a while. Single wall counts, yeah. Range, Sparta. Yeah, Miss, welcome on in. You came in a good time. We've got a mule out that we were planning on eating when he got home, but before he got home, we got a Sight Stealer event. So we're playing on a 1 right now as we strategize how we want to deal with it. The other thing, Sparta, ARs with the range and everything, they're just SMGs are superior in a Killbox situation early game. But if you want to make sure that you can do in-field combat, you're going to want an AR. With an AR, you technically outrange a centipede blaster by a single tile. So let's say you have a centipede that's coming at you. You can fire a single shot and then move, and the centipede can't shoot. Fire a shot, move. Fire a shot, move. You do that with like 3 or 4 people, you can pretty much kill a centipede with very little trouble, provided, you know, good enough. And there's other things too, like the minigun has the same distance. So if you get a minigun centipede, then you run into the problem of, oh right, you probably need food again, right? Yeah. He's out of food and has 0.9 days till the destination. Yeah, we're probably just going to have to... he's only got half a bar of food. He's going to come in starving, if at all. He makes it. I think he makes it too. He's at half a bar of food, so that'll get him, you know, halfway between where he is and here. Should have grabbed him another meal. Sloppy. We had the money to get him another meal. I didn't have to try and make it as tight as I did. I honestly thought we'd be able to get away with 6. I got him 7 just in case, but could have easily gotten him an 8th or 9th meal. And then if he came home with extra, we could have just had that for food. Yeah. So I think the plan really is to use Flicker as bait. I don't know that we'll actually go out into the field to fight the Sight Stealers, but at the very least, having Flicker come on map will tell us how many we're dealing with at the very least. We'll get our people equipped up and get them ready to go before he comes on map, but speaking of which, what are we going to do? So Barb has got the Nerve Spiker, Julie's got the Bolty, Killer's got the Charge Rifle. I think we got to give the Incinerator to Killer, because he's the least accurate, right? So we give the Incinerator to Killer. Barb picks up the Charge Rifle. Can't really send anybody out with Sight Stealers on the map, Blue. The moment we form a caravan to leave, the Sight Stealers jump that person and murder them. So, what it really comes down to... Alright, so what I think we do... We're going to equip Flicker with the turret pack. Doesn't mean we're going to use it for sure. But depending on how many there are, we might throw the turret pack and have our team try to attack them, because the turret pack will distract them. I would prefer not to waste the turret pack, but we got it to deal with threats, and this is a threat. So if we have to, we can use the turret pack to deal with this threat. And the turret pack's not going to get tainted if he dies wearing it, right? So, gonna be honest. Every time you said Sight Stealer, my mind went to Shamblers, and I got confused because Shamblers aren't too hard to deal with. Yeah, Sight Stealers are pretty weak sauce, but their claws can really... The big danger, I think, with Sight Stealers is the fact that they do scratch damage, and very likely to get infections. And I don't think they go after the eyes in general, but let's say one of our people gets a scratch on their eye, or like our people are already dinged up a bit, but yeah, Sparta, I agree that Shamblers suck when it's a Shambler assault. When it's a Shambler approach, I don't find them to be particularly obnoxious, because the Shambler approach you can more or less ignore, and then they'll just die out from their, like, you know, master not controlling them. But the Shambler assault, that shit, like when we had the Chimeras outside and the Shamblers approach our assault, and we had to like deal with the Shamblers on like 4 sides of our base, that was a bit friggin' scary, I'm not gonna lie. Luckily we that was probably one of the luckiest sessions I think we've had, because the Chimeras didn't go aggro at the exact right time, or wrong time. All right, let's put a little juice on it. We gotta just have him come on map. I'll do a pause every so often, make sure our meals are sorted. Yeah, incinerators are pretty good. I'm not in love with incinerators, but they definitely have their place. I think the turret packs are really phenomenal. I didn't realize how good the turret packs were. No shit. On map? On map! Flicker, hold. Nope, these guys are gonna fight the Sight Stealers. They're tribals, but there's enough of them. We might end up with a few meals, too. Is it only one? Looks like it was only one. Chickens. Yes, the chickens. I'm honestly still not sold on the chickens, but I'm down to do a little math with you when we get back. I know you said we can manage them. The problem with chickens is the degree of filth they're going to bring into our lives and the fact that we can't keep them in a zone. I suppose theoretically we could put a fence here and just stick the chickens over here. I don't think we're going to be able to keep the chickens alive for long enough for them to actually do things, because with all the cold and stuff, I'm not optimistic on that one. Blue, we don't do links in chat. We literally, almost every day we stream, we have people coming in here spamming stuff, or spammers and scammers, so you're welcome to send it to me or one of the other mods in chat if you want. 700 silver per day with 100 chickens, my bad. Yeah, no stress at all, don't worry about it. If we can get Flicker on map, I don't want to sell this reinforced barrel, but I think we might have to. Need a lot of them, yeah. I don't want to sell this barrel, but we are just going to sit on it. We don't have the capacity. I'm holding. I'm here. We don't have to do the trade. I'm cool with sitting here for a moment. There's also plasteel here, so we could theoretically... People need 16 pemmican per day at 0.9 food per day. We don't have a good crafter, Blue, and we don't have a way to deal with the waste. We might... I might install it in Killer just because at this point it would get some wealth in the brain of our colonist instead of sitting on our map. We did it more for the fact that destroying all that stuff got us steel early game. Between the actual like mech thing and between that and the shuttle, it did cause Barb a little bit of a scar on her neck, but people need 16 pemmican a day at 0.9 food per day. You can let the bot be constantly on dormant self-charge. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. That's probably a good thing to do. The other thing is if Killer gets killed. Or, well, if Killer gets kidnapped, because we've already had a colonist kidnapped, then we lose the mech link. And then just bring out the bot when you need someone to be bait. That is true. Okay, so... What about Kibble? Oh, you're doing some math over there, Sparta? So here's the thing. They have 2 male chickens. And we can't even breed them, so... Yeah, you're right, Blue. I'm going to install it in Killer. Damn it, I'm going to take that as the math doesn't add up. Alright, we sell the reinforced... Breeding chickens not nearly as effective as just hens for eggs. Yeah, exactly. There's no... we're not going to get anything good out of the roosters because it's just 2 roosters. So if we had hens for eggs, like Miss is saying, that would be different. I think that's what you were talking about. Yeah, we can't get any hens. There's only roosters, so it's a moot point at this stage of the game, right? Okay, so that shield belt idea I like. The shield belt with an incinerator sounds pretty awesome for me. So let's say, can we get 6? I mean, we can break down some of our stuff, but in theory, they do have pemmican. About 2 silver. Yeah, it's 121 per piece of bioferret. We just did our expansion with the steel, which is kind of shitty. Like I said, I do kind of like that. So you could buy their bioferret for walls. True. Bioferret walls are very... I think they still catch fire, and they're not very tough. And we just did our expansion, so... yeah. We could do those 2 corners with bioferret. We have 5 already. So let's say we pick up 5 bioferret to pop the corners for insulation. I mean, yes and no. I mean, we're going to lose so much resources in destroying them. And we don't have anything specifically that's like, we desperately need it. You know what I mean? Like, what would we use the steel for? That becomes the thing. Like, every decision we have to make has to be like, I don't know what the word is. Not methodical? Maybe it's methodical. Every decision we have to make is like, what does that get us? Could double up the walls around the power. Now we're talking some ideas. Yeah. All right, let's do a little math on that then, guys, real quick. Let's just hit cancel. So, math-wise, we're talking... that's 20 right there. 25. Plus 35. So we're up to 60, 65. Plus another, let's just call it 20 to get to here. So 20 times 5 is 100. 165 plus another 7, so we got 35. So we would need 210 plus enough to make mistakes. Yeah. No, I like the way you guys are thinking. We might do that. All right, let's see if it's reasonable. We would need 210 material in order to do that, right? They've only got 24. So with the 5 we have, if we got 20, yeah, the ship chunks are not going to get us too much of anything, Aya. I believe it's something like 5 or 6 steel. It's mostly for components, that ship chunk. That is 4 walls. Hold on. Speaking of bioferret, hang on a second here. All right, we can't put down a research or a ritual platform. Never mind. Never mind. For very, very cheap. You know, I think you guys got me convinced here. All right, so let's buy all their bioferret. That'll put us at 29 bioferret. We can make 4 or 5 walls, because we've got, yeah, we could make 5 walls and have an extra couple just around in case we botch. Juggernaut serum. We don't have the cash for the Juggernaut serum. We might when Homeboy gets back, but I'm pretty sure we don't even do that. I'm thinking the Bioferret. We can't even afford a lot of pemmican. Even passively. Yeah, because you can harvest it. That is true. If we could down the next Sight Stealer and stick him in a corner in the wall and just manually harvest Bioferret, it might be worth it, but what about Barb's arm? What are we talking about, Aya? The tentacle. It does give you an entity when you cut it off. That is true. Those things are very squishy, though. There's a good chance our colonist punches it and it just explodes and doesn't get downed. And then finger spikes doing damage actually is a trigger event for metal horrors. It doesn't matter that it came from cutting her arm off. If Randy wants to spawn a metal horror, he doesn't have to send us a new colonist. He could just say that Barb got infected with a metal horror by getting attacked by the finger spike. So cutting her arm off, most likely the thing is going to explode and we're not going to capture it, and then we risk a metal horror. It is a good idea. I like the outside the box thinking. So here's my thought. Because like I said, I kind of like the shield belt idea. Why don't we buy all their Bioferret, buy a good handful of plasteel. We'll deconstruct a couple of the plasteel walls. That should get us a shield belt. Oh, maybe. Oh, we have that compact. Never mind. Let's not buy plasteel. We can get somebody to go and mine that. Yeah, we could get somebody to go and mine that. Hold on. Then the question comes down to what do we buy if we don't do that? Do we buy as much pemmican as we can get our hands on for 187 bucks? Yeah. We're going to get a little plasteel back because I did replace some of the walls with plasteel earlier on. Plasteel is selling at 15 bucks a piece. I think we're better off trying to mine it out. It's a really difficult mine out project, but I'm thinking the Bioferret and the pemmican, as much pemmican. Yeah. Because we are not doing great on food. We're doing okay on food, but we're not doing great, especially since we're 2/3 of the way through summer. There's not much life left in the basins. So I would say we pick up the pemmican, probably use the steel we have and what Dude is bringing back to put down another basin or two, so we can try and get a few more crop rotations of fungus. Maybe we have enough power to get a little bit of cloth to make ourselves a piece of flack or two. But I think the pemmican and the Bioferret's probably our best bet. If we can get the stuff in from Flicker, we could always try to trade some more and grab a few little bits and pieces, because he is coming home with a handful of silver. But I think that's probably... $82 pemmican's nothing to sneeze at. You know what I mean? And it gets the 82 pemmican and 24 bioferret for a reinforced barrel that we're not going to be able to use for like a century. I think that's worth it. Any thoughts out there? Blue agrees. Go team. Alright, I'm pulling the trigger. Now the question is, where did that get dropped? Right there. So let's now we could theoretically send someone out to meet Flicker. But I just need him to get on the map. I don't need him to survive for a long time. I just need him to get on the map. I used to buy other stuff, but given what we have, I think it's the best we can do, yeah. Agreed. Okay, that being said, let's get Killer back into an actual weapon instead of an incinerator. We don't want to accidentally set fire to a bunch of shit. We only want to set things on fire on purpose in this situation. Which bot do we think we'll get from the mech link? Yeah, we got to install that mech link. It's not doing any good. It's worth a shot, right? It's worth a shot. Let's put the mech link in. Also, I want to see how much that drops our wealth. 23,992 before install, so just shy of 24. Killer puts it in his head. We dropped about 500 wealth. Do we not get a mech drop in? Right through the roof, huh? And we get a lifter. That's fantastic. What do we do with the mech? And with the bot on map, we're back up to 24,291. How do I make this guy not do anything? Lightning bolt button symbol. Oh, awesome. Dormant self-charge. Fair enough. Hold on. Let's draft him, and let's stick him somewhere not in the way. Then we'll go dormant self-charge. Yeah. I like your idea of using them to be a distraction if we need them to. Flicker, can you please get on map, for fuck's sake? The reason I mention it like this is because when getting more bots, this organization system will be more and more helpful. Yeah. Agreed. My hesitation was more or less that Group 2 is off. Gotcha. That makes sense. More or less, my hesitation was, one, I don't want to deal with insects, so if we have to deal with toxic waste, that's a problem. And two, you know, I'm going to take this off of him, so if he breaks, it's not as big a deal as soon as he gets on map. And two, if Killer gets kidnapped, then we lose the ability to have a Mechaniter. But at this point, I'm getting to the point where it's like, you know what? It's like you said, it's not doing any good sitting there. It's just not doing us any good sitting there. So we might as well ditch the wealth and might as well ditch the wealth and get ourselves a distraction. Lifter is the hauler, yes, Doppel. I will try my best not to let you get kidnapped, Killer. I'm fairly certain if we run into a situation where you're getting kidnapped, everything is pretty fucked anyway, so... Alright, at least he came on in a reasonable spot. At least you don't have to send pawns or in the cold to get stuff. Yeah. Yeah, if there's something we really need and it's way too risky to send a pawn out, we could send the lifter out. He serves as a distraction if we have a raid that we need a distraction for. There's a lot of good things that can come of having a bot. And worst comes to worst, we could legitimately deconstruct him for materials. If we were totally in a situation where, like, shit, we need, like, 5 more steel or something like that. I don't know how much you get from deconstructing them, but, you know, it's another, like, drip in the bucket for materials. All right, Flicker, welcome back. And let's get rid of Flicker. Alright, let's send Flicker up there. Make sure he's on Unwanted. I mean, we're going to get a Colonist Died debuff, but at this point, we've been doing nothing but managing mood debuffs this entire playthrough, so what's one more debuff, right? Now, 159 steel. Name the next pet. What are we calling the bot? All right. You guys are just looking to get your hearts ripped out, huh? I mean, you did the redemption, so obviously you got the you got first dibs on that naming, but SpongeBot distraction pants. Like it. All right. I don't think that'll fit, but let's see. Yeah. That's about as much as we get. Is that all right? Oh, I have no objections on that. We could just call it SpongeBob, but most of Distract fits in there. If you guys change your mind, let me know. Should I mine while people are on the map? The problem with mining is Barb is our best miner at a 5. We could swap her and Julie, give her the jump pack so that it's a little safer for her to be up there. There's a snow hare up here as well. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Shield belt. You can apparently you can fire an incinerator while wearing a shield belt. So might be helpful in the case of human raids. What we should do though is while we're here, he did bring more steel on map, right? Let's go do a quick trade before we do that. We might actually be able to snag a little bit more material here. Oh, dude got downed and we got free pemmican out of it. Hang on. Cancel. We'll sell them their own bow. Stretch, posture check? I can do those things. Oh, and hydrate. Okay. Okay. God, I gotta piss so bad. We got like... Oh, I'm probably gonna have to take another restroom break. Okay. Consider using a healthier negotiator. That's not an option. Alright, so we got 68 bucks to spend. They're out of bioferret, so I think we just go pemmican. Are you going to heal the dude that got down for the rep when they leave the map? Not a bad idea, but then we gotta actually feed him. I might just let him die and eat him. Yeah, let's grab more pemmican. Wait, can we sell them their own bow? They won't buy it, will they? No, they won't even buy the bow. If we heal them, they'll pick them up. I'm down for that. Why is he down, though? Oh, yeah. The sight stealer stuff. That's 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh, we tried. And Barb's upset that she witnessed a death. I don't know why. Oh, because it's an allied death. Well, time to make some more pemmican. Let's get... What's the temperature? Yeah, we got to get it butchered. Then we'll swap offhands and have Barb go out and try and do a little bit of mining. Okay, guys, I hate to do this, but I absolutely have to pee. We've got over half an hour left, and if I try to hold it for that entire half hour, we're gonna get absolutely nothing fucking done, because I'm just gonna be over here with my brain drowning in piss internally. So, not to be vulgar, but I will be right back. I'll make it a quick one. All right, let's make some things happen here. You are carrying human meat. You are carrying that. Okay, so let's get we'll let you do your thing. But let's get you over here as soon as you get out there. That's fine. Let's just get you over here. Tried in dev mode, you get 2 shots of the flame burst with the shield belt, but you can't shoot bullets, so it'll be good for disruption, like running at raid that's trying to mortar you. Just run in, shoot fire, and run away. Otherwise, not the most useful. Not the Hellcat, the incinerator. Yeah, it's the incinerator we're talking about, not the Hellcat rifle. If you want to test that, I would be grateful. We're not going to do that. We're not going to make the shield belt immediately. So we've got time to do our do the math on it. Yeah, no stress at all. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go in here. We're gonna unrestrict Barb. Right. We got one early on in our anomaly playthrough. So that was where I found out about it. We went in pretty blind into anomaly. Oh, wait. Let me double check. Okay, so yeah, she should have enough food to do one bit here. I'm gonna leave that bow outside. A normal great bow. No. We've got better weapons than a normal great bow. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. I'm gonna leave it out there to deteriorate so that it stays out of our hair. Yeah, so the reason I usually don't go heavy into fire is I'm a big fan of vampires. Shit. Barb was supposed to wear that. Nope. Come back. I need Barb to be in a jump pack in case something goes wrong. Yeah, I sent her up there before she finished putting it on, I think is what I did. Or I told her to put it on and then undrafted her. Why is this tail cap out here? Is this tainted? No. Is anything out here? That's tainted. Tainted. Okay, so let's bring that tail cap inside. Because that is a waste of a piece of equipment being out there. I think you told her to equip and then switch to trade. Yeah, something like that. No big deal. I caught it in time. I want to get her a meal before we send her up there, otherwise it's just problematic. I mean, she's the most likely to break, though, is the problem here. I'd prefer not to mind numb her. Although recreation fully satisfied might get us there. You know what? Let's have her consume pemmican, because trade caravan's leaving. Alright, fair enough. I think they only eat enough pemmican to top themselves off, so I think we're more calorie efficient if we don't have her eat the simple meal right now. Do we want to send her up there? Huh. I would like her to mine that stuff, but at the same time, it's like... She is... you know what? Let's give it a shot. Like I said, no guts, no glory. So let's try to make something happen. We'll get a little bit of that plasteel. Best case scenario, we make ourselves a shield belt with the plasteel, and we get someone with an incinerator and a shield belt when we're dealing with people that are when we're dealing with organic raids. Worst case scenario, we have plasteel we can make a wall out of, right? Let's stay on top of microing our food. And 159. That shield belt was 60 steel and some plasteel, right? $50 steel, 20 plasteel. So if it's 50 steel, we've got enough for another basin and the shield belt. I think we got to put down another basin, and I think that goes right here. Right? We need more food. We absolutely need more food. I really wish you could move basins. It's really dumb that you can't. I've been around hydroponics in real life. They're not fun to move, but you drain the water and you move them. Like, you know? I mean, Barb is actually the one that's going to build it and sew it, so I guess we're going to have to let her come up here. Oh, geez, that rabbit. We really should grab that rabbit, too. Yeah, they're just really fancy plant pots. You know what? Let's try to at least kill it. Alright, Barb's pretty terrible at this. So she does... Yeah, that's going to take a while. We'll get like one bit of it at a time. Alright, wealth is at 26,774. So our wealth is lower and our tactical advantage is higher. Those are things that I'm very happy about right now. A mining barb will go. Yeah. Needs-wise, you're good on food. Killer needs food. Oh, yeah, I made unwanted up here. You know what? I mean, if you're gonna be up here, bud. $31 plasteel. There we go. Crisis of belief. Who would have thought? Severe malnutrition, minor hypothermia, or shivering hypothermia. I don't want this guy coming back to our colony. I mean, in a normal playthrough, he wouldn't be the absolute worst pawn. That sanguine means we could have made him, you know, he's sanguine, good at research, good at crafting. And then in a normal playthrough, I'd consider taking him. Yeah, delicate kind of sucks, but I don't think it's worth risking the medicine, Sparta. We're kind of low on medicine, so I'd rather not. Hiding in room. He's gonna violate the door restrictions, right? So, we're just gonna have to go out and punch him a little bit. Because, you know, that won't count as us killing him. It'll just down him while he's outside, and he can freeze or starve or bleed out or whatever the case may be. Yeah, but Sparta, we don't have the mule. He was the mule, right? He was the mule. And the problem is, if we ripped out his organs, we realistically wouldn't have someone to go and trade it off. And the wealth can't just sit on maps, so... Well, that's a high Randy roll if I ever saw one. Two auto pistols, an LMG, a bolt action. Oh, two bolt actions. I mean, it wasn't like we were going to get through a stream without any excitement, right? And it's a sapper raid. Shit. Cancel that for now. It would be awesome if they just decide to kidnap Flicker. That would be awesome. Yeah, I think you're right about the incinerator. Biggest problem is those bolties outrange us. Incinerator's a very close range thing. Alright, so sappers, they're going to try and come just straight through from where they are, right? So... Killer's got the nerve spiker. Barb's got the charge rifle. Julie's got the bolt action. So I think Barb uses a mind numb serum because she's fucked up. I think Killer grabs the incinerator. Just a little beard stroking. We do have a turret pack, so that could come in handy. We don't really have time for anybody to eat a meal, so they're going to get a little hungry. Yeah, they're too close for the meal. Those bolties are dangerous. If they didn't have the bolties, I'd be a lot happier, because I'm sure Julie could pop off a couple of shots, right? Unfortunately, we're going to have to let them get close. Fortunately, they're sappers that don't have grenades. So, I mean, they got tox grenades. Got 2 tox grenades, 2 bolt actions, a knife, a club, 2 auto pistols, and an LMG. The LMG outranges some of our stuff, and so this is why it's problematic, right? We have to wait for them to get close enough for the incinerator to hit them. Like, we literally have to pop out of the door, hit them with the incinerator, and by then they're already close. Everything's already in range. So let's let this happen, I suppose. All right, Barb is numbed up. Bait bot. That might be the best way to go. Yeah, you won't bait. The turret pack is probably best for baiting people. Can I get Julie a meal before we start? I don't think so. We end up changing the official name to that. Bait. Oh, we change it to SpongeBot, but Baitbot is good too. Do you guys want it to be Baitbot? All right, we'll call it Baitbot then. I'm good with that. It is a lot faster. We do have a low shield. I'd hate to burn the low shield, but, you know, we have it for that reason. Okay, so I guess that's the question, guys. Do we set up in the doorway, pop the low shield as soon as the bolties come into action so that Julie could take some shots with the bolty? Or is that too flagrant a use of our low shield? I kind of think it'll give us the best opportunity. Because that's, what is that? It's 11. Well, we just mined out. We have 35 plasteel, 17 granite, 29 bioferret, 59 steel. I'm just worried about the fact that those bolties are going to get in range of us at the same time Julie gets in range of them. And if they get a shot through the doorway, making them divide is not going to work because they're sappers. They're not gonna split up to go after colonists. They're gonna go straight at the walls. All right. I think we might end up popping the low shield. Yeah. This is a rough one. We gotta let him come at us, right? Now, I think the knife guy might actually be the one that takes point for them. Let me see if I can get Julie to eat. We might as well try. If we can pop the knife guy before the bolties get in range... Yeah, because they're getting behind him. So they want the knife guy to dig at the walls. Pausing. Their cover? What do you mean? They don't have any cover. There's no slag out there. There's dirt, there's corpses, there's black blood from the chimeras, there's a bow, there's a skeleton of a sight stealer. There is no slag out there. Yeah. Totally, yeah. If you're coming out here, the black blood does look like slag. Absolutely agree. Alright, let's get our people into position. Alright, we're gonna pop the marksman command. Is there a redemption for luck? No, but there probably should be, right? Jump back on killer. They'll get shots off before that happens. I think we just gotta let them come to the base. If we can pop their knife guy before their bolties get in range, we might be able to... Hydrate, stretch. Thank you, Blue. Cheers, everybody. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do.
De-stress.
Whatever. The real victory is making good friends along the way. Killer should not be on fire at will. Get him, Julie. Alright, he got hit. 19 hours. This is a bolt action. Alright, he's downed. They got hit. Nice job, Julie. Don't know if you were here, but the plan was the downed one was going to be sacrificed. To me, your best bet is to put your downed pawn at the door and let them kidnap him. I mean, then they might. At least their bolt action isn't nearly as accurate as ours is. 2 shooting on their bolty, 10 shooting on that guy, though. See, I would pop the low shield because of the bolties. But I don't think this is going to go well either way. Kind of wish I'd given Killer the nerve spiker at the moment. Better alive than not. Yeah. It might just end up biting us in the ass, though, later, so... Let's back him up a little before deploying. I think right here. Yep, perfect. We're gonna hold that for a second. We broke him. We broke him. Yes. Cleansing fire. G fucking G. Thank you, thank you. Ha! How about that, Desi? Headshot. Alright. Let's try to put the fire out on some of these corpses. Don't care about the tox grenades. I wasn't aware of the shield dropper thing at the door. How many tiles did you put it down? I think I was here. I just took a guess. I could have totally fucked that up, but that was perfect. I'm gonna let the tox grenades burn. Incinerator is a powerful weapon. That definitely was the right call, as using the incinerator. Sheep wool parka. Hyperweave pants. Looks like we got some new outfits out of it as well. That guy's gonna bleed to death, right? No? Run him down, Julie. Nah, he's getting away. Can we do a ritual? What, for, ideology? No. Or are you talking about a chronophagy ritual? I would love to do chronophagy, but I don't think we can. You know what we can do? Is we can extract some skulls. I shouldn't just not look at them, right? Unwavering. They're all, actually, they're all wasters. They're all addicted to psychite. Yeah, we can't. Our rituals are, like, way on cooldown. Yeah, medical emergency. Let me actually make sure that we unzone him. Okay. Now, the great thing is we can legitimately go in here and like we can actually haul stuff inside now that we've got a larger inside, right? It's really too bad this guy got killed immediately. Actually, let's haul the meds first. No, it's another person we have to feed. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to. Killer will never do hauling. So, okay, so let's just have you beat some people to death. Barb is sleeping. No, nobody sleeps. We're all on cleanup duty here. Actually, let's get the good clothing in. Those hyperweave pants, they're gonna come in handy. And that go juice, even though there's a risk of addiction, that might actually save our asses later on. I'm gonna snag those flak pants, though, because we could smelt those down for material. Addiction is better than dead, exactly. We'll tell all of them to carry a single go juice. And then, if emergency comes, we pop go juice and run. A normal hyperweave button down and a normal hyperweave set of pants, that's Barb's new clothes right there. Plus, we give her the toque we bought while we were out on trade. She'll be freaking sitting pretty in no time. Oh, and Revel, welcome on in. How you doing today? Welcome to the madness. All right, now Killer won't haul, which is obnoxious, but it is what it is. The tox grenades we could also smelt down, so we'll let them bring those in. Killer could definitely use a meal. Let's get him a meal. Barb could too, so Barb, after you do this, let's have a simple meal. And then Julie can keep hauling things in. That is why Killer has a hauler called SpongeBot. We switched it to BaitBot. Wait, what are you doing? You're putting on the hyperweave. No. Yeah, we just did that because I had typed, oh, are we gonna use the bait bot? And let's get this cleaned up. The idea was that the bot was a damage sponge. It was too long, yeah. SpongeBot distraction pants was way too long, so. Whatever you guys want to do. I do not care at all what the bot is named. Alright, her parka is not looking so hot. But here is a normal sheep wool parka, so... Man, these guys just brought us new outfits. %. No, you can stay outside. You can stay outside. We'll get the t-shirt in here. We'll get that in here afterwards. SB distract pants. You guys talk amongst yourself, figure out what you want it to be. Right now it's BaitBot. If you guys want me to change it, I'm happy to change it. I wasn't even planning on having a robot. Julie, no bed yet, please. In fact, yeah, let's haul the corpses first. Killer's over here like, thank you ladies for taking care of the cleanup. Much appreciated. Oh no, Flicker's exhausted. I mean, that went pretty well. I mean, using a low shield felt pretty bad, but he's dead tired. I love it. Just lay down and die, Flicker. It'll be fine. Recyclops. Barb is now good down to negative 69.3. Julie's good down to negative 30. Killer is good down to negative 10. So we'll make some clothing swap arrangements here. See who we can get into the best outfit. Maybe we'll give Killer the new synth thread cap that we brought back. Don't remember where it is, but it's fine. Could have sworn we put it up here. Oh, I think Julie put it on. All right. Please haul the gun inside before you rest. Is anything out here worth bringing in, though? Actually, that's not too bad, even at a pour. Reduce, reuse, reanimate. The Necromancer's Credo. Flicker died. Imagine that. Barb, will you take care of Barry and Flicker? After you haul that. From The Office. Oh. Yeah, I've never actually watched that whole show. I feel like I've seen all of it just in memes and clips, though. So, you know, there is that. What are you... Hauling auto pistol. Okay, that'll do. Oh, you know what? Oh, right, I zoned him out of, There we go. I play too much modded to know if this is vanilla or not, but if I have a pawn that has multiple meditation types, can they stack together? That is a good question. I think their bonus for meditation type is based on the distance from a meditation thing. Nether doesn't like The Office because he thinks Jim's overrated. It's not that I think Jim's overrated. I think he's a bully and an asshole. He is really shitty to a lot of people. And I know that it's kind of a... It's kind of just like how media used to be. You know? Like, they always choose the one nearest them when they decide to meditate. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure on that whole thing. I need to get this door closed or our stuff is not going to grow. Okay. Is there anything else we really care about getting in here? A cloth parka is probably decent insulation, right? 58.3. Who is the least tired of the two of you? Julie, please go get that. Oh, and synth thread I mean, they're 52. 44. All of that, no. Cloth pants. I'll bring in the cloth pants. Tainted, tainted. Let's not even grab those. I want to have my pawn meditate surrounded by morbid and artistic stuff, and in morbid, if you combine them both, the amount of psi focus you get increases per second. Yeah, I don't think you can combine psi focus stuff in vanilla. I think, like Revel was saying, I think you kind of have to pick. They pick one or two that are their favorite things, or one that's their favorite thing. Sorry, clicking and talking at the same time are a little bit difficult. All right, real quick. I don't want to jump out of here. We're gonna end stream in a second here, but I want to make sure we do any micromanagement of clothes wearing before we do. Killer's got 10.8 on his hat. What do we got on other hats here? 16.2 on this thing, and it's 99%. So Killer. Let's ditch the tail cap, and let's equip that. And then what else are you wearing? Human leather button down, human leather sash, human leather parka, human leather pants. He's a cannibal, so he's happy about that. Human leather pants, etc. +8 for wearing human leather, because he's wearing a whole human leather getup. You gotta love that. But I think he is the least of our cold resistant. Yeah. Without the hat, he's at 0.3. With the hat, he's at -15, which is better than a -10. Now, I'd hate to get rid of his mood bonus, but we should really see if we can get him into something a little nicer as far as... All right. Normal, normal, good, good, normal. So quality-wise, nothing really great here. The parka provides 47.5. What about this one? 47.5. Human leather and plain leather are more or less the same then. Good parka. He has on a good parka. So that is what it is. Pants-wise, he's got normal human leather pants. Cloth is 6.5. His human leather is 4.3. You know, I think we can afford a little bit of a mood hit on Killer. Killer is the happiest one in the colony, hands down, so I'm going to get him a little bit more cold resistance. I have my pawn med. Okay. I got that. Cloth parka at 48%. Not looking for the tattered debuff, so we're just going to let that be what it is. It's a dull barracks because it's kind of fucked up in here. Am I missing anything? Did anybody die on the way out? We might want to snag that shard. Yeah, I think we snag the shard. Just because it is wealth on our map. And I'd like to have it in a place where we could sell it if we need to. You're meditating outside in the cold next to a wall. That sounds great, Killer. Sounds absolutely wonderful. So where are we at on this whole thing? We are at freezing outside, so that's good. We've got space inside. So we can actually, like... We'll let that happen next time. I don't have to micromanage space. Let's just let's get the shard in. And I think we've microed as much clothing wearing as we need to at the moment. Right? Let's clear the extra space. Oh, let's grab that. Let's grab that knife. Not yet, Julie. Clear that. Let them work in that area. Grabs the knife. Now, we are now at 30,000 wealth. So, when we come back next time, we're gonna have to decide what of that we're gonna keep and what of that we're gonna ditch. We're gonna smelt down some of the weapons we don't need. We might actually burn some of the clothing. We're gonna chop everybody up, but that's gonna give us more wealth. Yeah, that pushed our wealth a little higher than I would like it to be. Okay, so we're going to call it for the day here. Let me save and exit to main menu so I don't accidentally leave the game running somehow. Let's check to see who's streaming, and maybe we'll pop in and make a new friend. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on here. You know what? I know it's not Rimworld, but Julie is streaming, and we are overdue to give Julie some love. Her pawn is carrying the colony, and she's doing Oxygen Not Included, which I know a lot of you guys like as well. So let's go show our love to Julie over there. And then tomorrow we're going to do some Hollow Knight for our Wild Card Saturday type situation. Next week we'll be back. We'll do more Rimworld. More Oxygen Not Included from our main playthrough. It's been wonderful hanging with everybody. I'm going to get on Discord shortly here and do some Magic the Gathering on Arena, and then see where the night takes me. So come by and say hi if you want to hang. Take care, everybody, and be well.